Thank you. Welcome to the March 21st, 2022 meeting of the Design Review Committee. I'd like to call the meeting to order. The DRC is a subcommittee of historic zoning. The meeting is informal and designed to guide applicants through the process of obtaining a certificate of appropriateness, or COA, for projects within the city's historic districts in light of the Historic District Design Guidelines. Applicant participation in DRC meetings is voluntary but highly recommended. Changes made or suggestions taken by the applicant based on the discussions with the DRC are the applicant's choice, but the DRC makes no representation as to whether any changes or suggestions made during the meeting will be approved by the voting body, the Historic Zoning Commission. There are 10 items on the afternoon's agenda. When your item is called, please introduce yourself and generally describe your item in about 3 to 5 minutes. Please focus on the specific points of your project that you want DRC to discuss. All right, our first item today is an overview of the final draft of the proposed Historic District Design Guidelines. Amanda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all today for providing the feedback that we needed as staff to make some meaningful changes to the first draft of the Historic District Design Guidelines that was published in October this last year. So between the commissioners and numerous meetings that we offered to our citizens, we compiled some notes and worked to make some changes, and I'd like to outline those major changes today. Before I do that, just a reminder of where we are in the schedule. We released the final draft on March the 4th. I hope you've all seen it and feel really good about it. Today we're providing this information to you. We hope to bring this item to you next month for consideration of a formal recommendation to our Board of Mayor and Aldermen as we work to have the Board of Mayor and Aldermen consider it. I failed to fill in a date here, but we're hoping to get it to work session May 10th and then have a formal approval request on the Board of Mayor and Aldermen agenda either June 24th or the first voting meeting in June. Any questions on that? Okay, so I'll get into the changes that we have made between the first draft and the final. So we did add a brief history of Franklin back to the framework, and we provided some additional guidance on chimney caps, which we did not have the first go round. And I'd like to thank Mr. Laster for that specifically, because that was very helpful in giving some guidance. We have had a lot of questions about chimney caps as of late, and so that really should be in the document. We've also made some small edits to further reduce some jargon, things that I think of on a day-to-day basis may not be as meaningful to others. Some of those changes were changing terms like cheek wall to the side of the dormer, or further elaborating on what roof pitch means, just things that would be really helpful to the layperson. We also did a number of photo edits to help better relay the guidelines, and I really appreciate the folks on this board here that provided that guidance. Ms. Pierce spent a lot of time helping with that, and I really appreciate it, as did Ms. Besser. A small number of graphic edits were made to help better relay the appropriateness or inappropriateness of certain addition forms, and so that is, all those are in the document now. And then we also had some clarification on specific guidelines. They weren't very substantive changes, but some clarification on specific guidelines as you helped identify for more user friendliness. So it's just a little easier to get the intent to read differently. So some of the main things we brought to you before the final draft was published were items related to addition sizing, to lot coverage, and to roof top elements and non-historic building form. So I wanted to cover those with you specifically. What you see on the screen is what is in our current document, meaning the document that's in place today. What was proposed in the first draft is in white, and then what's proposed in the final draft based on public and commissioner input is at the bottom. So for additions, currently the guidelines recommend that additions not exceed more than 50% of the footprint of the historic building, which we define as anything at least 50 years in age. We had, as a DRC and a Historic Zoning Commission, work to discuss whether or not 50% is the appropriate size. The reason that's in there is to help provide a meaningful scale relationship so that the historic portion will always read more evident and more substantive than any addition that is constructed to it. What we have found is that context means everything. There is no magic number. 50% is a very good rule of thumb, and that is what we've decided to keep. So we have cleaned up the language a bit so it's very clear what we mean by historic footprint, but ultimately the commission is empowered to take context into consideration to determine appropriateness. If a 55% addition might work in a circumstance, that you make those changes as you determine fit based on the application and context itself, and not a general rule of thumb for every application. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, the next is building coverage, lot coverage. And so right now it's a little more complicated in terms of defining what we mean by lot coverage. I think after conversations about whether or not we should keep lot coverage, because the zoning ordinance does have a maximum landscape surface area, what we arrived at is that we would maintain lot coverage, but be a little bit more succinct and meaningful in how we describe what that is. So the proposed draft says that overall building footprints, or which is the cumulative of all portions of the existing building, accessory structures, and any new addition to the building as proposed in that application, would not exceed 35% of the lot. Any questions on that one? Okay. Okay, rooftop elements. The proposed initial draft had recommended against rooftop patios, terraces, or decks on historic buildings outright, and that they would only be appropriate on non-historic or new buildings if they presented no visual impact. So after some conversation with the citizens and with the team here, what we have proposed in the final draft is one could consider placing a patio, terrace, or deck on a rooftop, historic building or not, only if it presents no visual impacts on the main or secondary streetscapes. And further, one should avoid the use of shade structures, windscreens, or similar items, as these are modern features that draw attention to the rooftop. Okay, sound good? Okay, and last but not least, non-historic residential. We have a lot of buildings that are approved through new construction, and they get some age on them. They're not historic, but they're not outright new. And so sometimes folks come to the commission to ask for changes on those, and obviously since there's no historic fabric, alterations could be appropriate if they are sympathetic to the character of the streetscape in the overall district. In our first rendition, we had considered removing any sort of sizing on additions because there is no historic portion to remain as the main portion and have something be subservient to that. And so in talking through, I think what the commission arrived at specifically is that there really should not necessarily be a limitation on the size of additions as far as a number goes, like a percentage number, but that they should still remain in massing and scale to the existing building and the surrounding buildings, and that the footprints should not exceed 35% of the lot. So that would give the commission, again, some flexibility to make some determinations on appropriateness well, sometimes these non-historic buildings weren't designed with the design guidelines in mind because they precede those, but they're not quite historic either. So sometimes the applicants want to pursue what they perceive as corrective measures in order to create a building form that is more appropriate. And this would allow the flexibility to do that, but would not create a situation where an addition is outrageously bigger than what is elsewhere in the street. Right? Any questions? Right, well, we are, again, I'll speak on behalf of the staff here, we are very much appreciative of all the time that the commission members and the citizens have spent in helping us draft this document. We're very proud of it. I hope you are too. And we'll bring it to the formal commission next month and ask for your favorable recommendation.
Ms. Rose, I do have a question,
Sure.
and that was on page 108.
Okay.
And
Would you like me to pull that up?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it may be just something I've missed. But it has to do, I believe, with accessory structures.
Give me just a moment. I should have had that open already. Okay, so just so everyone can see how easy it is to use, you can just put in the number here, or if you know what section, you can click on it. So this is accessory structure, so it'd be chapter 5. And I'm sure it's for new accessory structures, or is it historic, Brian?
So the page I have is 108. Let me put that in.
Look at how cool that looks.
It
All
even
right.
sounds
And it is
good.
for new accessory structures. So it says to design accessory structures so that their scale is subordinate or equal to that of the principal structure. And was that meant to have that language?
Yes, when we refer to scale, we mean the number of stories. When you have a single-story residence, you wouldn't be able to necessarily have a scale that's subordinate to it. But in no instance would a 1.5-story be supported for a 1-story, a principal structure, and in no case can a 1.5-story be exceeded.
And that may be where the confusion was on my part, because as I read that, it was like if the main principal structure was 3,000 square feet, then the accessory building could also be 3,000 square feet equal to. So it said subordinate equal to is a little confusing.
We can certainly revise that language.
I would look at that. I think that's a good point. And I think we've got to keep in mind that we're not doing this just for ourselves. We're doing it for applicants.
Absolutely.
And that's how I've looked at this.
Okay. But I really appreciate that because I guess I've looked at it so long. I read it and it
That-
says what I think it says.
That's
so-
why we go through drafts.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that. That's really, really helpful.
good
And I think
point.
Victoria's wrote that down, so we'll definitely,
Let me just take this and go person by person.
Sure.
For comments. Kathy, do you have any additional comments?
About this one item?
No, about anything.
In general?
In the-
No, that I think it's awesome, but yeah, no problems.
Okay. Mary?
Well, I think it's incredibly user-friendly.
Yeah.
But did we not say something about the appropriateness of use of landscaping and landscaping structures in the rooftop? I don't have my copy before me, but when you read it, it didn't mention that, but it may because I don't have my copy here.
sure. What I'll do is I'll go to that section.
You don't know the
I believe it's
page?
modern features.
Page?
I need to remember to bring my laptop.
So we do not specifically in the rooftop section of modern features have comments on landscaping.
We did when we talked about it, because I remember that we, talked about how a low hedge on the front is probably appropriate and something real tall isn't.
Right.
Yes. So if there could just be something added, if everyone agrees that we talked about that.
Rooftop features.
We did.
Is that it, Mary?
That's it?
Okay. Susan?
I was wondering if this is something we could add or take a look at. I'm seeing a tendency of storefronts to have the windows painted, the transoms and other parts of the windows. And do we want to address that in some way?
So the guidelines do state that clear glass should be used and maintained. And I think what we have currently are a number of transoms that had been covered or somehow obscured over time, and they haven't been refurbished when new tenants come in. But we certainly would have language in here to support that someone would not be able to obscure any existing transom that is intact currently.
Okay, so we can talk about this later, but there's one applicant that we had come up recently, and it looks like something was painted, and a window that was painted that wasn't painted previously that. So we can talk about it later, but that concerns me because the whole idea, the way the storefronts are structured, transom, display windows, bulkhead, I want to be able to keep that, presence, for the Main Street storefronts.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree. Thank you for letting me know that.
Josh?
Yeah, I echo what the other commissioners have said, in particular on the landscaping on those rooftop elements and not having things get too tall.
Okay.
But I just think it's terrific. The revisions and the user, it's so much more user-friendly from somebody who looks at that in my profession and representing applicants on occasion. Not necessarily before this commission, but generally in multiple jurisdictions. It's just really, really well done. So y'all ought to be very proud of that.
Thank you.
Brian, do you have anything else?
Just to say, yes, you should be proud of it. It's very good.
That's right.
Tyler?
And I agree.
All right, I just had a couple of comments. Again, on page 116, Amanda, you and I talked about this earlier, there's a photograph of a house that's at 1309 Adams Street. BNS is aware of this location because it's been unoccupied for several years and unoccupied, and the owner is out of town. And I would suggest that photograph be replaced. This is under sidewalks and walkways, and the house could come to us as being
On what page?
It's on the
116.
screen, ma'am.
116.
It's on the screen.
Okay.
It's the left
The one on
photograph.
the left, the picture on the house on the left. It was the Gosi house.
Yes.
Anyway, I think it's going to come before the commission probably for demolition by neglect at some point,
Well,
because it's in bad shape.
I
But-
did speak to my colleagues in Building Neighborhood Services, and we will certainly go out and evaluate for any sort of inspection or compliance needs. We will have that. We have that.
All right,
Correct.
there were a couple of other
Thank you.
paragraphs. One is on, it's the same verbiage, but one's on page 90 and one's on page 99. And the verbiage says, this is on commercial buildings and civic buildings. Use decorative details in a manner similar to those on nearby historic buildings while avoiding direct imitation of historic designs such as elaborate window lintels, box bays, and sheer metal cornices. A modern interpretation of historic detail or decoration is encouraged. I have no idea what that means, number one. Number two, if you're going to have something like that, I would say can be considered and not encouraged.
Okay, we can certainly look at
I
that.
would- I would look at that.
This language is in our current document and was brought over, but this is the time for us to evaluate any needed changes, and
That probably shows how much I've paid attention to the current
No, that's
document.
okay, that's okay. So for example, just so everyone understands what the intent of this from a theory perspective is the parking garage behind this building is generally well accepted. It is looked on nationally as being a great model for a parking garage in a historic district. It has some modern interpretation to it, so it does not outright try to replicate a historic building, but it fits in nicely. But to your point, this may not say that to everybody.
Yeah, and that's my point with any comment I'm making is that I want to make sure the applicants understand this.
Of course.
The other comment was on civic buildings, and I know we've dealt with this on commercial buildings too. Transition in height, this is on page 99. Transition the height, massing, and scale of a new civic building by using the following methods. Using a step back of 20 feet. only problem with that is I don't know if 20 feet is always the right number.
So the zoning ordinance requires the 20 feet, and so
But it
if
could
you
be
feel like
30
it could
feet
be
in certain
more,
cases.
yes, that's a great point. We can certainly look at that. What we'll do is we'll evaluate all the comments that you've made
That's
today
fine.
and
That's
bring
fine.
those back to you when we ask for recommendation in
Other than that, this is
April.
a dramatic change and certainly is user-friendly.
Thank you.
So I thank to all who have worked on this.
All of you have been instrumental in making this happen, so we really appreciate it, and we will bring it back to you in April. Thank you so much for your time today.
Okay, we're ready now for discussion of alterations, main barn, siding, roofing, windows, doors at 239 Franklin Road, better known as the Park at Harlansdale Farm. 906 Studio Architects applicant.
So as you all know, this is a City of Franklin public property, and we have here today our team from the Parks Department and the Engineering Department, Kevin, Lindsay, and Shahad, who are going to come forward, if you guys don't mind, as well as Brandon Pretty from 906 Studio Architects. I have the plan that was presented to me, but these folks are going to take the lead in providing the presentation, and I'll have some brief comments afterward. Just make sure you hit the button to stop.
Sorry, my voice is a little raspy. I left it in Tampa a couple weeks ago. Quick,
I hope for good reason.
I'm a Kentucky fan, so no,
Oh, no.
did no good. I guess I'll give a quick overview of what the work, scope of work, what's being proposed is renovating this as an event space from a building envelope outside standpoint. Our goal is obviously to touch it as little as possible. There's things we're going to have to do from a safety and function standpoint, in particular egress doors. We've got some areas where there'll be some working horse stalls, so want to create some doors directly to those. And those we've got those identified in some elevations later, but I guess as a general rule, just so you know, our mindset going into it is, again, do as little as we can do, have it be whatever work is done, look like it's been there, and we're not proposing any major massive alterations to anything. If we could click through, the elevations, this will help. Probably the biggest piece, if you could go to that lower elevation, probably the most significant change. These are the two large sliding doors at the north and south ends, kind of the sides, if you think of it that way. The biggest challenge is for that to function as an event space, we've got to egress people directly in and out of it. And if you're going to have an egress door for a space like that, you can't have sliding doors. You can't do any of that. You've got to have crash bars. You've got to be able to get directly in and out. The solution we're proposing is to basically come behind those large existing sliding doors, build a nice glass door with side lights. These are kind of Pella type. We're not proposing storefront, nothing like that. Nice fixed glass that's historic in nature, that'll really, when that space is in use, those doors slide out as they would otherwise. That'll allow light to come through. It's, again, trying to do something that's going to be minimally impactful visually, but functionally gives us doors that, safety-wise, get you directly out of that space if something happens, you need to egress. Whenever the facility is closed, not in use, those doors, again, just like today, those doors slide closed. It looks basically like it looks now if you were to go look at it. Now, as a caveat, we're going to talk through this with Fire Marshal, obviously be sure this is acceptable, but I wanted to first, be sure from y'all's standpoint that a solution like this would be something we could do. There's another small door we're proposing off of Warming Kitchen to the right. that's in the place where a window is now. And again, trying to articulate that door so it looks very similar to what's there. You'd have green trim, the door itself would be white, nothing that's going to stand out and make any sort of a large statement. In general, we're repairing where we can, replacing where we have to, windows, things like that, just to bring the facility up to the standard to be able to function as what it'll be as a full event space. And then this same approach will be on both ends, so the elevation looks basically the same on the other end. And then the third kind of piece that would impact the outside, go to the next page if you could please, Amanda.
Brandon, do you mind talking about the stoop and
Oh, yeah.
the treatment of the windows as well, just before we move on?
Yes. So the stoop, all that'll be is we'll build a stoop. So that's going to serve as an entry into a warming kitchen. So if there's an event of some sort, that'll be the place where you come in and out. We'll have a stoop that'll basically allow you, if I've got a cart or something for delivery, I can bring that up. That'll be at grade. It'll come straight in. Don't anticipate that being tall enough for having enough of a slope that we're going to need railings or anything like that. It's all very low. You're talking about just a few inches off of the surrounding grade. So that should be pretty, again, a minimal visual impact, but something that'll bring a lot of practical function to the facility for that space.
And how long is that ramp anticipated to be in order to get to that finished floor?
We haven't done the final design on that yet to get our finished floor set. I would anticipate it being 6 feet, something. And it won't be a true ramp. We'll slope that. If the slope is 1 to 20, you don't need a railing at all. So that's what my goal is. Again, if I can slope that out, maybe it becomes 8 feet, but we lower that slope, then we won't have to add any sort of steel railing on there.
And Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, I'd love to make comments as we go along, just so it might help us keep the elevations
Please, go
separate.
ahead.
I have a question about the purpose. Is this going to serve as, since it's a warming kitchen, I don't assume that it's an egress access, so we could have some ability to be more creative on the ramps, or not ramp, surfacing material and appearance. So it doesn't necessarily have to be concrete or the standard concrete color.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think we'll have pavers. Probably the biggest, from a practical standpoint, if people are bringing carts, we'd want to be sure whatever we put there is going to be flat,
Smooth,
stable,
yeah.
smooth. But I think we're wide open to different things to soften that a little bit, which I think is probably what you're
Like a
wanting to do.
tinted
Yep,
concrete. Okay.
absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
And then I wanted to ask a couple other questions on this elevation. So the sliding mechanism will still be intact. So will it be possible, if the glass egress doors are installed, that they could be removed without any consequence to the existing building? Or will they be installed in such a way that they would cause problem?
Are you talking about removed like periodically, or are you talking about if the function
Permanently,
changed?
yeah, if the function or the desire of the use of the building changed, could this be removed without any sort of negative impact to the barn? That's a Secretary of Interior standard consideration.
Reversibility.
Yes.
Yeah.
And because this is a civic building, it doesn't fall neatly in our guidelines right now. That's why we've written new guidelines to address civic buildings specifically. But because this is on the National Register, what we would look at is to make sure that it meets all those standards, and so that the state will allow us to have that listing remain intact.
Excuse me. Well, if that's the standard, then, I mean, obviously, that's what we're going to design to.
Okay.
It'll probably take a little creativity, but we'll figure it out.
Well, it's worth it for this building, I think.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, and then you said the sliding mechanism will be in place. If
Yes.
the doors are closed, there would be the idea, I assume, is that you wouldn't be able to tell anything's installed behind it. It wouldn't cause the sliding mechanism to have to jut out any further from the building than it already is, right?
Correct. We'll probably want to do some repair work to the extent that it allows that to to move smoothly. We don't want something to get jammed or broken or,
Right.
make it unable to be able to open that up. So there'll be some work done there, but yeah, we're not talking about altering how all the work would happen inside of
Okay.
those big doors.
Okay. You want to talk about windows at all? Looks like you have some notes. I assume it's just to preserve and maintain.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
There is the next page on the rear elevation to the right. Oh, I'm sorry, up.
The west, okay.
And then, yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. Yeah, the west elevation. So these four, to the four windows on the right, those are opposite, so there'll be four working horse stalls that'll be proposed. Now, they'll be for events. It's not like horses are going to live there year round. But they'll be, intermittently, they'll need to use those if there's a show or something like that. We didn't want to have to bring them in and out of the main area, just for a variety of reasons that could maybe be problematic. So it felt more functional and probably a little safer to try to create some direct accesses. The biggest reason there is, part of horse care is you go in there late at night and early in the morning. You don't want to need to have to open the whole building up to get into there, so these give direct access to those stalls. So what we're proposing is essentially a hidden door. So we would use, and again, I'd remind you, this is kind of the rear. This is one of the least visible. Not that anything is not, it's all very visible. This is on the rear elevation, so we're talking about, the least visible.
We talked
visible
about
piece.
that at the site visit.
Okay. So what we would propose is coming back with siding, so if you're standing, 50, 60 feet away, there's a good chance you don't even notice there's a door there. Well, the windows will be articulated the same as what's existing. Now, they'll probably, just the nature of putting that back, building doors there, I would imagine they'll probably need to be new. If we can reuse, we will. But I would imagine those may need to go back new. But again, that door, you'd have siding, the horizontal lap siding below, same size, paint, all that. No big pieces of trim. We would conceal those doors visually to the greatest extent we could. That's kind of our approach on that piece.
So I know that this is something that was talked about at length at the site visit that we held last year, and I appreciate everyone coming out there. I know we don't have the best luck with weather when we have site visits here at the park, but there were some questions about opening these up, and I think that those were well taken by our team here. They wanted to try to find a compromise because Friends of Franklin Parks feels very strongly about having this access in and out of the building this way. I would like to see, so that I can provide guidance to the commission in terms of how the proposal relates to the Secretary of Interior standards, how this would actually operate in terms of, any photographic examples of where this has been done in the past, where we can really see how hidden the doors are. And again, about reversibility, I would imagine that they could be reversed if, the siding was removed and it was not cut on either side. But I'd like to have a little bit more information about that. As we have it currently, I think it could be potentially appropriate, but I would not be able to give you any sort of guidance on how well it meets the SOI standards with the information I have today.
Okay. Did you have anything else, Brandon?
Do you have
I think
anything
that's-
else on this elevation?
No,
I think that, Kevin, you may want to talk about the Wi-Fi, if you don't mind. I think that was a really big point of conversation at the site visit.
Sure. Good afternoon, Kevin with the Parks Department. Just to take one step back on those doors, we took the comments that we got from you guys, we rehashed that with David Landrum, Monty McInturf, all what I consider the main horse guys here in Franklin. And it was kind of imperative from their side, if we're going to have horses and events going on at the same time, that these doors be installed. They just be hidden if we can. So we didn't just, forget about that comment that you guys made. We really hashed through that quite a bit. So that was the end of the discussion on that part. We brought it back. They are really requesting doors on that outside, if possible. For the antennas that someone had said something about, which they're in this, I don't know if you can see them. here. Thank you, Amanda. So those are Wi-Fi antennas for city Wi-Fi. For us to have any type of large event out there on the property, we do bring in what they call buffaloes, I believe it's called, that expands the Wi-Fi service for pilgrimage types, things of that nature. But what we found is then internally our Wi-Fi signal goes down. So those antennas that's on the front and the back of the barn, what we're proposing is to put a bracket where it's closest to the window in the center of the barn. If you can go to your right, Amanda, that window right there, we'll put a bracket on the outside. We'll paint it white. During pilgrimage, during big time events that we have to have Wi-Fi out there on the property, what we can do is do a makeshift antenna. It normally would set inside the barn. And then during that event, 2 or 3 days in front of, we'll go out there, hang the antenna on the front and the back side of the barn so that we can have access throughout that event. When the event ends, then we will go out there and remove that antenna and place it back on the inside. That way it's allowing us for fire, police protection, going forward with these large events. So that's the main thing that we have to look for. If we're going to have events out there, we've got to have that service. I just don't want to go out there and put a 80-foot antenna just inside the park anywhere just to do that. So that's where they've chose to place these antennas. And if you like that idea, that's the best that we can come up with. We can't just remove them. So they're going to have to be out there on site somewhere on the property.
And just as a reminder, everyone, those antennas are currently there. And so the comment was made at DRC, well, what can we do to help mitigate the appearance of that? So the Parks Department has worked really hard to try to find a way to address that concern so that it is improving existing conditions. So we really do appreciate that.
And we have looked at painting those white. That may be a possibility once we can get our hands on them. But at that time, we'll look at them. And it may be that the white paint, if they so allow us to do that, we can also kind of hide that during the event if possible. Thank you.
Brandon, do you have anything else on this elevation? I noticed a comment about replacing this window. I don't remember what this window is. I know there's a number up there that needs some work.
Yeah, and it was really just to make it operable, to be able to do what Kevin was just describing, just to be able to open it, come out, pull that, hang it inside, where it'll stay most of the time, and then when you need to put it out there, pop it back out. So that was really the only reason we were proposing any sort of a change with that window, was again just functionally being able to provide a easy way to get to that antenna.
Okay, and there is a note on here about, a siding survey needing to be done to determine conditions.
That's-
So you want to speak to that?
Yeah, just, we obviously, again, back to do as little as possible. We don't want to impact or alter any of the siding more than we absolutely have to. In places where it's deteriorated, we'll come back with some sort of in-kind material that, it'll be wood, it'll be painted, it'll look as close as it can to what's there. We even thought, and I'm not sure how feasible this is, but an idea, and I don't know if this was talked about or not, the site visit, was if there's places on the front that need to be repaired, trying to find some less visible areas where we can kind of harvest it, bring that to the front, so then, at least if you're having to replace large patches, it's on the back, you're doing it in big areas instead of a little patchwork all over the place. Now,
Yes, and that's
obviously-
always a really good rule of thumb.
Yeah, it'll, obviously depending on the shape things are in, being able to remove them, reinstall, but that's absolutely what we want to try to do.
And I know that the DRC was very sympathetic at the need at some of the bottom rows here of siding throughout the rear elevation are just not compatible. They did the best they could at the time, but I think that I can speak for everyone to say that we would understand when those come in, but as needing to be replaced.
Yep.
The reveal's different, the material's obviously different. Brandon, I'll go we've already talked about the side elevations, the rear. Do you want to talk about the front at all? It's more the same, I believe.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're not proposing, we're obviously not part of the advantage of what we're proposing on those side doors is it keeps us from having to touch the front door. that we're providing egress. We're doing what we need to do out of those sides and not doing anything on the front. Currently, not proposing anything on the back, but that'll depend a little bit on the discussion with fire marshal, and just to be sure, again, we're providing egress and they're comfortable with everything there, but nothing aside from patch repair paint on the front, especially on the front door.
So I've already made my comments. I'll just add that my role, because this is a city project, will be to give you feedback on how certain elements meet the intent of the design guidelines and the Secretary of Interior standards, but I will not be giving a formal recommendation on whether or not the commission should approve or deny the request. If you have any questions for us, we'd be happy to answer those.
Okay, thank you. Okay, comments? Anyone?
I would have a comment too. One, this property does have a conservation easement, so just make sure that that goes to the land trust to make sure the changes comply. And then the other thing, the doors that are going on the ends that are going to be behind the sliding doors, I would at least want to know some more about the material, and they're going to always be on the inside, and to lose, not lose the vibe of the wood barn.
Yes.
So I think maybe work with staff before the next,
But they'll come back to us
yeah. The-
again, right?
Yes, but I
To-
think your point's well taken. If there's
Yes.
any additional specifications that you
Yes.
feel you need in order to make a decision, then our team needs to know that today.
I think this is a reasonable solution. Being someone that had a horse growing up and was in barns, I'm going, are the horses potty trained? When I'm thinking about events and horses in the same space, but,
And that's part of the doors, is they'll be very contained, because I don't believe, unless you get really well trained.
Yeah.
I have some horses too, and I'm pretty sure they're.
yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about that, and I'm thinking that we're going to have those glass doors on the inside all the time. To me, it being used as an event space that has to be all whatever, that it doesn't keep that rustic vibe, probably it would be less of a priority to me that it just be, this polished event space. I've seen a solution where you can do a roller wall up and down. It wouldn't probably be as warm, and it probably, the thing that would worry me is when it did have to be down in an event, it wouldn't be as attractive. But all the other times that the weather was okay, it would just go away. So I'll just throw that out there. I saw one this weekend in Marietta,
Okay.
in their downtown area.
So Brandon, really quick, are these doors accordion style, or are they physically sliding?
No, they're not sliding at all. They're just standard doors that, like those. I mean, not.
Okay,
those,
so
but
they
open like
function
those.
like doors, I see.
Yep.
Okay.
And again, that's for egress doors, especially egress out of assembly spaces. You've got just a much more stringent set of requirements. And I'll be perfectly blunt, this is by far the prettiest thing I can put up there that will meet those requirements. The accordion doors you can do, but sometimes they look all right, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, I'll just say one more thing and then stop. I agree, I mean, those are going to look beautiful. I would maybe not want them to look quite so beautiful, and maybe the glass didn't go down as far, and it had more, of a
Rustic barn
vibe
feel.
to it of the rural character that this farm represents.
Okay, other comments?
Yeah,
Josh?
I have a few. So on that same door configuration, one thing that I just would say to be careful about is when you close the sliding barn doors, those, as I recall, are just square panes. They don't have they're not divided.
Correct.
So be thinking about what you're going to see when that's closed. Are you going to all of a sudden create a grid pattern that wasn't there by having the windows like that? Although I think that's very attractive, I just don't, I'm thinking of when the doors are closed, you are going to see a change there through the window, I think.
Yeah, I agree, and to that point, I was back and forth on, you know, do I want the grid pattern to match some of the windows that
Yep.
are there
I
and be a little more historic, or do I want to open it up? My fear with the larger glass is that it starts to look a little too modern, and
Yeah.
a little too.
Yeah.
I get it.
So, but point is.
That's the challenge of what we're dealing with.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's one. The other thing is this kitchen, the warming kitchen door. We talked about that a lot on site, and there was a lot of discussion about why can't they just use the ingress and egress to the existing, I guess, west, roller door or garage door type,
Yeah.
instead of creating a new door there.
Yep.
We had a lot of discussion around that. So what led you all to the conclusion not to use that existing door for getting the catering in and out before an event or after?
I think the biggest piece of that was really the functionality of that as an event space, because it's not just they're coming in at the beginning and the end. They're running trash out intermittently. They'll have some things they need to come in and out and get. We just thought it will add to that as a space and let it function better. Anytime we're laying out a space like that, you really want that separate access to get you in and out, so that I'm not wheeling trash, or I'm not wheeling new food or things like that out through the event as people are in there. It's a function thing, and to a lesser extent, it's a little bit of a safety thing. You're running a cart or you're carrying things through, but the biggest thing is frankly functionality.
Okay. And then my last comment is just, I still have concerns about creating basically 4 new doors for those horse stalls, because we looked at that. I have a lot of reservations about how well you're going to be able to hide that.
No,
So,
the detailing will absolutely make or break
yeah,
that.
so I think
feeling
we need
away.
to see some actual examples of what that's going to look like, because because you're dealing with that horizontal lap siding, I think that's going to be real obvious when you put the brakes in for the door.
And you'll, if I'm standing from me to you, you'll see it. I mean,
Yeah.
you'll see those grooves. You're going to have a gap like that. So
Right.
I'd be silly if I sat here and said,
Yeah.
you won't. But, visually, it's going to be if you're going to put doors there, we're going to make it visually as least obvious as we possibly can. But we'll definitely, and my intent is for the formal submittal to the question about the doors and the detailing. I'll have a product, we'll have pictures, it'll be very specific.
Good.
Same
Okay.
thing
I
there.
think that'll help.
Honestly, before running down either of those rabbit holes too far, I wanted to gauge the receptiveness to those ideas.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm still pretty concerned about that.
fair.
So,
Susan, do you have
See how
anything?
good I am.
I would echo what Josh had to say, and one of the things I have here is the doors do have a grandiose feel, and I think that's going to be really, honestly, that's going to be to your biggest challenge. And we did have this lengthy conversation about the adding that door, changing the window to a door, and I'm still not convinced that that's the way we need to go with that. So that's my comments.
When you say changing the window at the
The
warming kitchen?
the catering door.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And one thing because I know in looking at some of the older versions, there was an awning that really brought attention. We've pulled that back. We'll have a little piece to weather, to protect that to weather, but, you're talking about a little piece of metal that'll hang over, nothing. We've really tried to step that back and make that less obvious and as little impact as we can. But
So my role at this time will be to take the application once it's presented and review it for compliance with the design guidelines, the Secretary of Interior standards. And as part of that, I will talk to the state of Tennessee to get some feedback on whether or not the staff there believes some of these actions meet the intent of those SOI standards. What I would imagine, because I have some experience with this, with the state, is that there will be comments about the new glass doors, maybe removing panes. That might be a little more modern, quote unquote, but I think that's a little bit truer to the intent of the SOI standards, because the functionality is intended to only be when the building's in operation for an event. And actually removing the muntins is going to give a clearer appearance in and out of the building, so you can see how it functions better from the outside in, the inside out. The other question that I'm going to have is specific to those doors, and see if they have any experience with making modifications of that type in a way that's more subtle but functional. So I will do that, and so I can report that to you guys if that's helpful to you.
Susan,
that-
do you have
is
anything
that-
else?
Okay.
Susan, did you have anything else?
That was it, thank
Okay,
you.
Brian?
No comment at this time.
Tyler?
I had a couple of the similar notes. Does anybody know how old the barn is? Any idea?
It was 1941.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was guessing late 30s myself, so.
The reason I ask is that we were talking about surface material for the ramp, and there are some appropriate concretes and things that are certain mixes that you can get that would have been
A little more age
contemporary
appropriate.
to 1920s to the 50s. You said these two elevations match each side, and this is probably a dumb question. I think I know the answer, but you're only doing one caterer's door, not both sides.
Correct, that's
Okay,
right.
so the only difference on the opposite elevation is the
Yeah,
door.
yes,
Okay.
that's right.
I was going to say I might encourage y'all on the Wi-Fi thing to try and find a solution where the bracket comes with the unit, even if it's a little pipe sleeve or something that's just not hanging all the time would probably be better in my mind.
Well, I think you'll know better than me. I mean, we're talking about a pretty small, it's not like a
Okay.
big, it's not something like that, right, Kevin?
Right.
It's a-
The antenna itself is around 3 foot tall, so I've got to have a pretty sizable bracket to hold it up there. But it'll be painted white, and we'll hide it the best that we
Yeah.
can.
We'd probably like
Closest
to,
that window
we'd
as
probably
we-
like to
we can
see
get
it. I mean, I would like to see it if it's going to hang on the building. But we appreciate that it's in existing condition too, that's being improved, so. And then the window that accesses that, you know,
It should look no different. I'm hoping
Yeah.
that it'll just kind of lean out, or I got to get a 3 foot antenna out there somehow and then get it hung.
I'm hoping that existing sash can be hinged
That's,
instead of buying a new window.
absolutely, that's what we want to do.
But that's all I have
Okay,
comments.
that's good. My only I am concerned about the warming kitchen door and where that's placed, because I thought we had, I'm more, my feel is it better on that back side, and I think that's what which would be the west side. I think that's what we talked about before, rather than the
on
other
the
side.
Like basically on one of those two
Yeah,
windows.
yeah, it was on that door, that window right there, or that, going into the building from that angle.
Okay,
The door
So-
will not be seen from the concession. If you're looking at the arena, looking back, the door will not be seen. It'll be on the north-facing part of that wall right there where Amanda's cursor's at. There's a
Okay,
window.
all right, well, that's what, but I was looking at the other, I thought you had the door on the north side.
The door will be facing the north side. Yes, sir.
That's right.
It'll
Okay.
It will be
toward
facing the north, but
the
I
Hayes
thought
home.
it was on the left side of the north side.
Okay, so the barn's shaped like a cross.
Yes, all right,
Okay.
there's the door, okay. All right,
And so-
I'm with, all right, we're good, I'm
No,
good.
no, the door
That-
is,
all
yes,
right.
yes, that is it right there on the right-hand
I
side.
see it now.
So it
That is
faces,
facing toward the Hayes home.
I
yes,
got
it
you.
faces towards the Hayes home, and then this is the rear elevation. So I believe the reason that this location was chosen is so the most prominent views are going to be from the arena and then from the road.
Yes.
Yeah, and this would,
From a loading and unloading, from a logistics standpoint, it was better to put it back there. This is. I
right,
think
but
that was
they're
the whole point.
making a form over function.
Okay,
you
I'm
know,
sorry, I was-
concession here.
I see the door, but I was thinking you were pointing to where those two windows are, and I was thinking, well, that doesn't make sense. So, okay, the rest of it, I'm fine with the comments the other commissioners have made, and I think the examples of things that have been brought up will be helpful when you come back with a formal submittal.
Yep.
Well, we appreciate,
Oh, Kathy.
I have a comment. I've moved from the end, I'm getting my way closer. One is about the Wi-Fi relocation. Could it be relocated on the other ends, not the two front entry and the back arena? Could it go on the other end? That was one idea. I don't know, I don't remember what we said in the field visit, the site visit.
The way that they are put up now is for the reach of the events that we have currently. If you do them on the other side, you've got the powerhouse that's to the south that will block the transmission.
Okay,
And then the other thing is, I don't have a way to get up to those corners inside.
Okay.
We already have 4 rooms up top above both of the offices and both of what we would say the warming kitchen.
Okay.
So I already have a way to get up there. All I've got to do is create a ladder or a little footing to get up to get to those windows. The north and south will be difficult.
Okay.
And we will not get to reach that.
Well,
our
definitely
IT
transmission's
department
important,
needs.
so that's critical. The other thing about adding the doors to the windows for the stalls, like what was mentioned before with the new glass doors for your egress, was if those were removed, how would it affect their removal and then the integrity of the building as well? And certainly the board lengths on the siding were extremely long, and so patching and filling, there's a rhythm in the building with the board length that patching and filling, and when you have your inspector determine how much bad goes and, there could be an excessive amount. So it's going to be interesting to see how that fares out. But if those stall doors were to be considered change of use or removed later date, how does that patchwork affect that? And, cutting it out, it definitely cuts into it. So that's a consideration when we look at adding doors or windows and stuff.
I think our approach would be a little bit to the earlier discussion if we're going to remove and
Yeah.
reuse, kind of harvest, I think we would start there. And then, I guess, if you're doing that, then whatever you're putting back is in kind. It matches, but it'll be new, so that if those doors needed to be removed, you would just
Patch
replace
back in.
that siding if you needed to with longer boards. And it's not like you'd be replacing, historic siding, right? You would be replacing something that was probably relatively recent. Does that address that a
Yeah,
little bit?
and then just to the fact that does not affect the integrity of the historical register as well.
Yeah. We'll
Anything else from anybody? All right, thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, our next item is discussion of demolition at 252 Fifth Avenue North. Sam Johnson, applicant.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
And do you mind having everyone introduce yourselves?
Sure. My name's Sam Johnson. This is my son, Sam Johnson Jr.
I'm Hayden Smith, the retail specialist.
Retail specialist is my leasing broker. They're out of Birmingham, Alabama. And both of these gentlemen work for a retail specialist. They're involved in marketing properties to lease.
Excuse me, did you
for
hit
retail
that button
purposes.
on that?
I did.
Okay.
Do I need to get closer?
There you go.
So we've been trying, my wife and I, to creatively save the building for the last 7 months, but have hit a variety of dead ends with the city. There seems to be an appetite in certain departments to tear the building down, and so that's kind of why we're here, is to discuss that possibility. We're still trying to find a tenant that can use it. The financial problem is that there's a limit on what you can spend compared to the value of the building in a FEMA flood zone. And this particular flood zone is 6 feet off of the current grade, and the building has to be a foot above that and all the other utilities. So it's a bit of a problem, and just the length of time that it's sat empty, which is approximately 15 years, kind of tells the story of how problematic this particular location is. We thought we could use it for outdoor furnishings retail. The last information that came back to us was that's not possible in a flood zone. So we were declined that use. And frankly, we didn't want to over-improve the building either. We just wanted to use it and maintain the building. We were denied maintenance permits. They wanted an all-in, full disciplines plan, which we were going to do until we learned that outdoor furnishings was not an appropriate use case in a flood zone. You had to either sell vehicles or live plants, and that was the only two things that were allowed in a flood zone. So that's the business we're in, so we're kind of out as far as our owner-tenant use case. So we've decided to put it out to market and see if there is a use case. The early feedback, and these gentlemen can corroborate, has been that the spend on the building to get it up to par for use is higher than what the FEMA flood limit allows, which is going to be in the 600,000 range of spend, and that's just not enough room for a 7,500 square foot building to renovate it. And so a demolition and going up above a parking structure may be a better plan to make use of the grade level parking where water can flow in and out of it, but the retail or office or what have you above that. So what we're looking for is just feedback and sort of consensus on what a good direction might be, because our possible tenants are very narrow down in the current floodplain. Retail goods is not going to work there because of the flood risk. Nobody wants to put $1 million worth of stuff on a floor that might get wet. That's why I thought outdoor furnishings might be a good choice. But we need to broaden that possibility by the potential of a demolition. Not that that's for certain at this point. I just need to know if that's even potentially an answer.
We're talking about this building and not the one in addition on the other side of the driveway, which was the cleaner's office.
The one that you're
To the
seeing
right,
there
you-
is Franklin Laundry. It was also Franklin Laundry, the one to the right as well. I think at one
Right.
point it was a
That's
gas
right.
station as well.
But you're only interested in this building that's in the picture, right?
That's correct.
Thank you. What is, Amanda, do you have some comments?
Sure. The Historic Zoning Commission does not review use. I do have
Correct.
some of my colleagues from the Building and Neighborhood Services here that could give you information on the floodplain restrictions and any sort of applicable codes and permitting requirements for use in the building, or any sort of maintenance to the building. But as far as the design guidelines go, demolition may be considered by the commission if demolition is found to meet any one of 4 criteria. So the first criteria is that the building lacks historic or architectural integrity. I have been given the privilege by Mr. Johnson to walk into the building myself with him, and it's an incredibly beautiful building, and it appears to be sound, and it has survived a number of floods. So we do feel confident that it does have historic and architectural integrity. One of the criteria would be that the building is not structurally sound. The guidelines state that if a building is considered to not be structurally sound, that a letter from a architect or a structural engineer indicating that would need to be supplied to the commission to provide the information about that. One is public safety and welfare, which is determined by the city staff, and the other is economic hardship. And economic hardship is outlined in our design guidelines specifically. There are a number of items that an applicant can bring forward to provide, evidence of real estate concern, viability of, improving the building versus the value of the building, things of that nature. So that information runs the gamut. I couldn't even say all of it to you right now, but we certainly have it outlined in our design guidelines document, and that is something that the commission can consider when making determinations of economic hardship. So the applicant would need to provide to the commission evidence to support one or more of those criteria. Right now, I don't have anything that relates to that, but I just wanted to share that that would be something that Mr. Johnson could work to provide to you. Now, I don't know if Ms. McCoy or Mr. Tosh have anything that you want to add, or they're here, they can answer any questions specific to floodplain and permitting.
Well, I think it would be interesting to know, we're not at the stage of putting something back, but what are the restrictions on putting something back? That's if it was to be torn down.
Yeah, If it's torn down, then it loses its historic exemptions through the FEMA guidelines. And it would have to be built back to meet all of the current floodplain requirements of our zoning ordinance, which would be that the top of the finished floor has to be at least 1 foot above base flood elevation. I have not received an elevation certificate for the site, so I can give you approximations that will be close, but not exact. The existing base flood elevation is around 637. The existing contour on the lot, per the city's GIS, looks to be around 630. So to flood-proof it 1 foot above, you're looking at the top of the finished floor having to be at least 638, so 8 feet above grade.
Which is about what it was at the juice bar, I think.
Well, it's a
They're
little lower
higher.
at
It's
the
a little
juice.
higher.
It's
Yeah,
higher.
It's higher, but they had to go up a good bit. I
And
know.
the flood maps changed since Juice Bar did what they did. They would have to go higher today than they did at that time.
Was that flood survey that I provided you helpful? I sent you a few months ago.
I didn't recall receiving an elevation certificate.
Yeah, I sent you one, yeah.
Okay, I'll have to go back and.
Yeah, I
and
had
look.
that done. It was maybe early December.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll go back and look for that, but,
But it supported what you just said as far as the elevation being 8 feet.
so,
But right now, it is not usable for anything, right?
No, there are uses prescribed for floodplain.
So what are the
which-
uses that
which
it would be
Shanna can-
approved for now?
there are a range of uses in the zoning ordinance that are allowed in the Fifth Avenue district.
Okay.
Retail, restaurant, event venue,
Without having to raise the structure?
that depends on the amount of money that it takes to fix or repair and improve the structure.
Okay.
Currently, there have been improvements made already that were not permitted, so I can't tell you how close we may be or may not be to triggering substantial improvement.
So Shanna, do you mind explaining the concept of substantial improvement as simply as you can, just so we can make sure everyone understands that before you go further?
Substantial damage and substantial improvement are FEMA regulations. Substantial damage comes when a structure receives damage from a weather event, a fire, a tree falling on it, you name it. Substantial improvement is when you make improvements to the structure, whether it's an addition or just going in and renovating. There's a long list that FEMA requires of things that have to be counted and included towards substantial improvement. It gets as specific as paint has to be included into the cost. The substantial damage and improvement are cumulative over a 5-year period. So if any time during that 5-year period, improvements are made, for example, to get to 45%, and those improvements didn't trigger substantial improvement. And then let's say in year 4, we have another flood event, and it gets damaged. The damages count as well as those improvements. So at that point, substantial damage and improvement are going to be triggered, and the building would need to be brought into compliance unless it receives a variance from Board of Zoning Appeals when it's in a historic structure.
So currently, the building is a historic structure, and there are abilities that if the commission wanted to recommend to Board of Zoning Appeals that the building should not be elevated 8 feet above its current finished floor, because that would create a non-contributing status to the building. That is certainly something that this building has the opportunity to pursue, the applicant or for the building has the opportunity to pursue. If it's a new building, that doesn't apply. Then it needs to meet all the standards. So what you're hearing is that the building has an improvement value currently, it's the building less the land, the improvement value. And if the improvement value is exceeded by 49%, is that correct, Shanna?
Yeah, 50% or more.
By 50% or more, then the building has to come into compliance. But there are certain things, if it's a historic building, that can be pursued through partnership with the Historic Zoning Commission and the Board of Zoning Appeals. If it's a new building, there is not that opportunity. Does that help? Okay.
I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry. No, go ahead, Mr.
I
Ross.
just have to speak to some of this. That was going to be my first question. It is in the it's historically significant.
Yes.
And our floodplain ordinance for the city of Franklin is anchored in the state's ordinance. That's my understanding. So given that, the state does make exemptions for historic properties. In fact, under substantial improvement definition in our own ordinance that took effect, the new one in January, it does say that when it gives substantial improvement, it says, but this term does not, however, apply, and this is number 2, to any alterations of a historic structure, provided that that alteration will not preclude the structure's continued designation as a historic structure.
That's correct.
So I would say that I could not support demolition. That the building appears, I don't know this by research, but it appears to be probably the 1940s.
It's a 1946 building. Yep.
I do know it did flood in 1948,
It did.
and it did flood in 2010.
Yes.
4.5 feet, yep.
So we know within those two, it did receive flood. So it is at risk for flood. My understanding is that currently the procedure would be that if what they were proposing to do actually exceeds the 50%, and they came to the Historic Zoning Board, the board would be able to recommend to the Board of Zoning Appeals that they be granted what they're asking. And then the Board of Zoning Appeals could either deny or approve based on that. Is that true?
So it would be the minimum deviation from the standard in order to maintain its historic status. Do you want to comment any further on that?
Yes, as Amanda said, the minimum deviation necessary to maintain its historic standing. So that may be, that it only needs to be flood-proofed 2 feet. That may mean it needs to be flood-proof 4 feet, or it may be that it needs to stay as it is. That's something that the Historic Zoning Commission has to determine what would knock it off of that historic register. Every case is different when it comes to a historic structure in the floodplain and what alterations you do to it that would change its historic standing.
But before us today is the request to demolish the building. That's all. So, I think that's what we need to talk
Right.
about first of all, and then we can go into something else.
Yep. So is it, just from staff's perspective, is it accurate that the only 2 uses the building could have today would be for sale of vehicles or live plants?
No, that is not
That's an
correct.
outdoor sales area comment.
I could provide a list. I have the ordinance pulled up for permitted uses, if that's helpful.
I think that'd be helpful.
Okay. In the Fifth Avenue district, charitable, fraternal, or social organizations, educational facilities, entrepreneurship and innovation centers, essential services, museums, places of public assembly, event venues, offices, personal services, restaurants, retail, and perhaps a few others.
Okay. I guess just for the applicant, do you all have any documentation to support that the building's no longer structurally stable?
It wasn't when I purchased it. I had to make a calculated risk decision to repair the roof and to put doors back on where they had been collapsed from the structure deteriorating over the years. I've been fined now twice by the city for doing that, but it was the right thing to do. There were kids entering the building with skateboards, and they were at harbor risk. In addition to that, my insurance company would not insure the building in its dilapidated state, so I couldn't carry insurance until I repaired the building. I was denied repair permits by the city because they wanted an all-or-nothing upfront plan. I didn't have that kind of time. The risk was too high for me personally to not insure the building that I owned. So I chose to repair the building minimally to get it safe again. I also reinforced with temporary posts, the beaming structures from the old site-built rafters. So those are still in place and protecting the building from sagging and collapsing. But I felt like doing those minimal things was historically appropriate, and so I took that risk, and I've been fined over $5,000 so far by the city for doing those things.
Okay.
So I have to go back to our current zoning ordinance from what we're hearing from the applicant, and that this substantial improvement clause, again, that comes from our zoning ordinance, gives two exemptions or exceptions from substantial improvement for having to meet the 50% requirement. And the first is any project for improvement of a structure to correct existing violations of state or local health, sanitary, or safety code specifications which have been pre-identified by the local code enforcement official and which are the minimum necessary to assure safe living conditions and not solely triggered by an improvement. So it sounds to me like you may fall under that section 1, and you certainly fall under section 2, which is you have a historic structure. So what I don't understand, and maybe this is a legal thing that has to be answered by someone else, if this is an exemption in our ordinance, why does it have to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals for if they go over that 50% and the Historic Zoning Board approves it?
So I'm going to defer to my colleagues with Building and Neighborhood Services, but simply put, the building has had changes to it that have not been permitted, and so I don't know the extent of that, and that cannot be necessarily measured. I will ask that Mr. Randy Tosh speak, and he can provide a little bit more information on that if you don't mind. Thank you.
My understanding is work was stopped at this location because there were repairs being made that did not have a permit. For someone to get their building dry, such as placing a tarp over it, we would not go out and stop you from doing that. That being said, when we start replacing or repairing structural members, that requires plans. That's in Chapter 1 of the IBC. This is a commercial property. So we have not received, to my knowledge, any plans to this point, and those plans have to be done by a designer, an engineer of record, if it's going to be structural. And we have not received any plans or any requests for review for those. Therefore, there's not been a permit issued at this time.
So it's a permitting issue. And were you able to, did you apply for a permit?
I did, and I was declined the permits for the repairs because they wanted the full meal deal, all trades, all disciplines plan, which I had engaged 906 Architects, Mike Hathaway, to do that. And then the word came back that I couldn't display goods outdoors, and so we abandoned that effort and put the property on the market for lease. What we're learning from the market is they need to spend more on the building than the 50% rule. And that's where I'm at today, is because I've abandoned my intention to finish that plan that he's asking for, but somebody else would need to submit that plan for their use case, and they have to spend more than the 50% rule.
So a quick question on that. When you say you have to spend more than the 50%, does that take into consideration the exemptions that?
Probably
the
not,
commissioner's referencing?
because the building now with the roof on it and such is fairly sound. There's not a lot left now that I've fixed the roof and whatnot to do.
Okay, I'm going to go back to the original thing that we were asked to talk about today, and that's to discuss demolition of the building. I don't think we've got enough information to make that determination, in my judgment. And at that, based on that, I would not support demolishing the building. So I think there's a lot of other things that go into this, and we got to have some more information.
I would like to see staff work with you on this,
I would too.
and the building neighborhood services, and help you make the repairs, and then come to us with a solution without tearing down the building,
With a plan.
with a plan.
I mean, so we can't do it just based on some ideas.
Yeah, but my use case and the business that I'm in didn't work. And so now I'm going to the market and they're telling me we can't use the building.
I think part of the issue is what I'm hearing at least is this 50% rule and the triggering this substantial improvement piece, but we're not hearing any details on that, and we're not hearing whether these exemptions would play into that and whether that would mitigate the 50% rule. What I would say from my perspective is a demolition request is a really big ask, and there, as Ms. Rose has pointed out, there's specific criteria in the city's ordinances and guidelines for that. And so for me to be able to support that, I'm going to have to see some pretty serious proof that helps us see that you fall in one of those categories, and I just haven't heard that today.
Yeah, and that was the reason for me to present tonight, was to just get that feedback and see if there was an appetite to even do that, because it's a large investment in the property itself.
Yeah.
And we have to find a use case from a narrow subsector, which is basically looking like restaurant. Nobody else wants to be there because of the flood risk. So restaurants probably our only, or event space is probably our only two sectors of possible tenants. And those type of tenants want to spend a lot of money on the building, so.
Yeah. I would just say the criteria is pretty specific as to what you have to, the categories that you have to show us just to be able to get behind some sort of a demolition request, and so I would focus on those.
Got it.
And, Mr. Chair, the other thing I would say, if that's demolished and then it has to be built 8 feet up, you know, that's very limiting. And then the height of the neighboring buildings kicks in. So just from a historic resource point, but also from a practical point. And I would love to see the staff evaluate the other building for its historic value.
Okay, anything else from anyone?
I have one comment.
Susan.
The feasibility of raising the building. Do we know anything about that?
It's a cinder block building, so not very feasible. The only thing on top is a site-built rafter system, and that would have to go up on top of more cinder block, and so it would be an awkward, very narrow-looking, tall building that would be not quite attractive because of its narrowness.
Could I have Mr. Tosh comment on that?
As far as the use of the building, let's just go to the repairs and the use. Even if the building is leased out, we would like to address the repairs that have been made on the front end to this point and make sure they've been done properly and through the proper permitting channels. That would be from my standpoint. And I've just become involved with this project. I haven't been prior to the last few weeks. If you have a new tenant come in, we're going to be faced with the same dilemma. If a new tenant comes in and leases the property, then what's going to happen is when they come to us for a permit, we're going to be asking the same floodplain questions, you know, substantial improvement, what's the use of the property. We don't determine on my side the use of the property until that permit is requested with plans, and those have to be designer stamped plans per the IBC, since it is a commercial establishment. But so we're faced with the same dilemma, no matter if it's this gentleman or if it's someone else coming in with it. Yes, sir. And so, I mean, we're more than happy as staff to work with the applicant here or any other applicant that comes in that wants to lease this property. But there's a process in place, and substantial improvement for Ms. McCoy happens to be one of those processes. Now, how the valuation is established and how you get to substantial improvement, I cannot speak to that, but Ms. McCoy may have better information than I do to offer you for that one.
Well, I'm confused, Mr. Chair. Is there an exemption for historic properties from the substantial improvement or not?
There are opportunities, yes. The city of Franklin follows the state's model, which means that if there are improvements made to keep the building viable as a historic structure, then that has to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals for a variance request to vary from the ordinance requirements otherwise. The Historic Zoning Commission in the past has given recommendation formally to the Board of Zoning Appeals related to elevating buildings out of the floodplain, to what degree those should be elevated or not elevated. The same would apply here. So there are certainly opportunities where this building can be used in place as a historic structure, and as Ms. Dannenfelser enumerated, a lot of different uses. I believe the applicant had intended a use that just happens to not be permitted at this site.
Okay.
If I can interject on that, the use he has requested or was wanting to do is a retail use, which is permitted. What is not permitted is outdoor storage in the Fifth Avenue district.
Outdoor sales.
The outdoor sales is allowed directly in front of the building, but the merchandise would have to be brought into the building at the end of the day.
So that has nothing to do with this floodplain issue.
The merchandise being brought into
that
the
right, Ms.
building.
The merchandise having to be brought back into the building is related to floodplain. But the outdoor storage of the furniture for sale at all times, that is a zoning district regulation.
That has nothing to do with the floodplain.
That does not have
Okay,
anything to do with the
That's a helpful
floodplain,
clarification
yeah.
for me, so thank you for that, Ms. McCoy. I appreciate it.
And I would also add that I'm sure Mr. Laster is aware, not how much everyone else had kept up with the ordinance updates, but the city does now allow for an independent appraisal to determine the current market value of the structure. Again, as Amanda mentioned earlier, it's only the structure's value. It does not include the land value. So previously, we had only been able to take the county property assessor's value and add 15% to it. But now there's the option of having an independent appraisal done.
But I'm still being confused because what you were reading, I thought, Brian, said there was an exemption to that for historic properties.
It does say that. It says that in our ordinance, the state ordinance, and FEMA.
But we're still saying, what I'm hearing from staff is you have to be compliant with not going over 50% of value. So that's confusing for me.
But there can be an exemption for the improvements tied to what Mr. Lassiter was reading from in the
Okay.
ordinance for certain categories, and those would not count to getting toward the 50%.
Mr. Chair,
But I'm going to go back to what I said three times
Yes.
before. We've been asked to discuss demolition of this property, and I don't support demolition. There are uses that this building has currently under the zoning ordinance. So those need to be explored between staff and Mr. Johnson and company here to figure out what, if anything, would come back to us. And I think that's really all we need to deal with today. This other stuff is way over my head. So, but I'm just speaking for myself. So does anybody have any other comments?
I agree with you wholeheartedly. But part of this discussion relates to what they can do as they move forward. So it was necessary. And I appreciate your patience.
All right, anything else?
Well, and whether it meets an economic hardship piece as well.
Well, but he's got to document that.
I understand that, but this is our chance to give the applicant feedback,
So to summarize, I have to tell my market that you stay within the 50%, or you hope for the best on a exception. Is that what we are telling our market?
I don't think that's necessarily what I've heard. Unless somebody is different from what I have said.
I don't think we can give you a directive like that.
No, we're not.
We're here to
just.
review what you bring before us.
That's right.
And if demolition was it, Amanda gave us 4 criteria. One, in fact, she said she went to go see the place, and it was has historical value,
I
and it's
agree.
beautiful.
I agree.
Well, that one item sticks with me, so I could not support demolition if that's what you were
Well,
asking.
based on what
us.
you've heard today, does anybody favor demolition of this property? Not that we're voting, but is anybody of a mindset that we should consider demolition?
No.
Unless we have,
Not based on what's been presented.
thank you,
Thus
that's
far.
what I'm getting at. So that's really all before us today. So,
Please.
is there anything else?
If I may, just out of curiosity, what kind of backing evidence would you need to prove economic hardship? Would it be a set of plans to
It's
use?
all outlined in our guidelines document that I sent to you. So I sent you a direct link
Yeah.
to that, and I'll be happy to do that again.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're ready for the next item. This is discussion of addition, principal, and new construction accessory at 215 Lewisburg Avenue, 906 Studio Architects. This was deferred from the Historic Zoning Commission meeting last Monday. Amanda, do you want to comment on this
Yes,
first?
just briefly, I did want to remind everyone, it was deferred from historic zoning last Monday. Some concerns about the addition, specifically the dormer, as well as the construction of the new garage. This, because it was at historic zoning, was not one that I was able to provide to you early. The applicant wanted to work on addressing some of the commission's comments, and so we are providing this to you now. That's why they have hard copies for you, and I hope that's helpful. I appreciate that. So that said, thank you, sir. I'll turn it over to Mr. Smith, and I'll let him outline the changes that have been made. But just so you're aware, demolition has been approved for the rear porch. Demolition has been approved for the carport that's freestanding currently, and then also the removal of the synthetic siding from the main house has been approved. Also want to note that there was a citizen who wanted to provide you some information. As our ordinance outlines, they're able to do that. I did print a copy of that and put it on at your seats.
Thank you.
So you can use that, review that. And then I also will save a copy for commission records. But those comments will not necessarily be read into the record unless the chair wants to do so. Thank you.
Thanks. Welcome.
Thank you.
And let's talk specifically about changes from last week.
Okay. To summarize the comments from last week, the garage needs to be 30 or 40 feet from the house, not all the way back to the end of the lot. The dormers on the house and the garage need to have slope to them and not be a flat roof, and to be reduced in scale. The main rear dormer of the home, the proposed rear dormer, needs to not extend beyond the existing rear wall of the home. And the garage needs to be reduced in size and needs to become a two-car garage. And to address the garage first, reduced the size of the garage by about 200 square feet.
Hey, Matt, would you mind allowing them to find that? That's going to be on page, I don't know if the pages are numbered. It's probably the next to last page.
Yes.
That way they can follow along as you speak.
Okay, thank you. So the size of the garage has been reduced, so the footprint is about 200 square feet smaller. Dormers have been removed. There is one dormer, and that would be on the side of the garage facing the rear of the property. So that would not be visible anywhere from the front. And the width of that dormer is also reduced. it is approximately 4 to 5 feet from the walls, outside walls of the garage. The and so I think that pretty much takes care of the concerns regarding the garage.
And if you go to the site plan, which is on the first page, you'll see the new location of the proposed garage. Matt, do you want to talk about that?
Yes, it was recommended that the garage move towards the rear of the property, closer to the house, 30 to 40 feet. We have it placed here at 40 feet. But there's still flexibility with that if you feel that's too far back still. And that is, and then it's no longer a 3-car garage, it's 2-car plus some storage.
Amanda, my garage elevations don't match what's on that screen.
Mine either.
Okay, well,
That's last minute change. I
Well,
wanted to
I-
make sure that dormer faced the rear of the property. so I
okay,
did
this is
flip
what
it.
I was emailed on Friday, so I have not seen what you've seen.
And it was done just because of the time, short amount of time.
So who has the latest? These?
You do, yes.
Yeah, so don't look at what's on the screen. That was given to me, and I
Okay.
wasn't
Thanks,
aware there was
Susan.
a
I kept
change.
looking for it.
Yeah,
Couldn't find it.
Sorry, Amanda.
this is the new plan.
So the
Well,
garage
thanks for
has
making
one
the
dormer
changes
now?
Correct.
All on, and it's on the rear?
It's on the rear. Mhm.
Instead of what looked like 3 dormers before, right?
It was 2 dormers before.
So the garage orientation has changed. So it was the side of the gable was facing front, and now it is a cross gable where you have the front of the gable facing forward with the cross on the back. So I'll show you my screen, and you can see that that's a change that's gone through even what you saw at historic
There we
zoning
go.
last week.
Yeah.
So it has changed the form so that you are reading the gable, but it's at the same time, it's relocating the dormers, and so the dormers are less obvious on the form.
The comments on the house were to reduce the size and the scale of that dormer. And we removed a bedroom, a proposed bedroom from upstairs, so now it's a 1 bedroom plus bath upstairs, and that allowed us to reduce the size of the dormer on the home. And the slope of the dormer has increased. It was at a very minimal slope at 1/2 and 12. Now it's approximately 1.5 and 12. And the ceiling height at that outside wall of the dormer where the windows are has been reduced from 8 feet to 7 feet in order to make that happen. And that dormer is set in 12 inches from the rear wall, further reducing its scale.
If the applicant doesn't have anything more, I'm happy to add comment.
Okay, go ahead,
Okay.
Amanda.
So I appreciate the work that the applicants put into the design to address the comments made by the Historic Zoning Commission. I do have a couple of questions, though minor. As far as the principal structure, what you see on the screen does match what you have in front of you. There is a line here, and it showed on both the historic zoning submittal and then the submittal I had Friday and then today's submittal. I've had a question from a citizen what this line represents. It doesn't seem to correspond to the actual drawing, but I wanted to make sure.
Do you know what that is?
because I don't think it's a roof peeking over, but there's some reason that line's drawn there, and I just want to make sure I understand all the lines.
You're right, that line should not be there.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you.
So
And
what was that answer?
the line shouldn't be there.
Shouldn't be, okay.
It's just an accidental thing.
Okay.
Okay, and then I do appreciate that the dormer is now a dormer. It's situated on the roof entirely. It does have additional pitch on it, and will read as such. Nothing else on the principal building has changed from the original plan. I do have questions about the fenestration. On the rear, I am not as particularly concerned because no one really experiences this rear elevation. But as far as the right elevation, I imagine that this is programmed to allow for lighting, but accommodate an interior arrangement. Cape Cods don't typically have this sort of fenestration, so I'm wondering if this is something that could be addressed in some other way, or if the commission would recommend adding grids somehow to soften the appearance of this pattern in relation to the historic Cape Cod fenestration pattern.
We'd be happy to take a look at that and address that.
And then as moving on to the garage, I think the garage, I can't look at this one. The proposal that was brought today does address a lot of the concerns that were brought forward. The dormer has a lot more pitch. It has been addressed, so you don't really experience that unless you live there and are behind it. The location is appropriate, and the downsizing of the overall building is appropriate. So staff really appreciates the work and supports this, with the exception of just talking through that fenestration. Thank you.
Okay. Questions for the applicant? Anyone? Brian?
Go to the right elevation. And-
House? Of the
Yes,
house.
of the house, and go back to the fenestration pattern. So the small window actually on the Cape Cod, the original, is that the window that was there? Is it historic?
It's, there currently, it's moved over about a foot or so, and it's the same, it's a small window currently? Is that right?
Yeah, it's the same size window, but what's happened is in our floor plans, the way that we have a new wall going in, it's hitting the original window, so we're just moving the window over to make the new space work. And so it's the same window size, just moved over.
But the same window or a new window?
It could be the same window.
So then the two small, and I'm assuming that's a door in the middle, and then there are two windows on the addition, so this is on the addition now.
On the addition, that bay element looking thing is actually a fireplace inside, and the decision was made not to express it as a chimney on the outside in order to reduce its presence, but to find a way to deal with that as disguising it as a bay window.
So it's just kind of a panel, it's kind of a panel in the center of that.
Correct,
And
And
then
that's
the
something
two-
that we can look at further.
And the two small windows at the top, are they actual windows?
They're not actually windows now.
What are
They could be panels, or they could be, I think probably they would be panels. It would just be trimmed out.
But am I misreading, are they currently shown as windows?
They are currently shown as windows. Yes, and depending on the type of unit, that would be possible. But more likely, they would not be.
So I'm going to project the existing right elevation, because to Brian's point, and I had spoken about this earlier with a citizen, this is the existing right elevation. This is the window that's there currently. This window is of an appropriate historic profile and dimension. as far as I am aware, as far the physical window, but the location is in keeping with the rhythm and spacing of the existing openings on the historic portion.
Well, just for the applicant, I thought you all said it was the same size window, but it looks different to
Yeah,
me.
it's not. Based on what
I
we're
thought
seeing
it-
today, it's not.
I thought it was the same size, but it can be the same size.
So the guidelines would recommend maintaining that window and not relocating it and not obscuring its existing opening in any way.
But I think the applicant said that there was a wall there that was going to,
That they're creating, yes.
that would be right in the middle of that window, right?
Yeah, so move that window over.
So the
The
applicant.
existing window,
Yes, the applicant would
Yeah.
have to ask the commission to approve that alteration, yes.
right.
And then the two windows that are on the next section, they're going to be those.
This is removed. This has been approved to be
Be
removed.
removed, right, so
Yes.
those will be gone.
Yes.
Are the windows that are shown on either side of the bump out, the bay window, or the bay that's really a fireplace unit, are those accurately represented here, or are they going to be?
I'm going to look at that whole,
Okay.
whole wall.
Could those
Okay.
two windows that you're taking out be
That's
used
what I was
over on
wondering.
this side?
Let's
Go,
see.
go, Chief.
Possibly.
That's a
Could
first, isn't it,
Amanda,
Brian?
could
Well,
you-
it is a first, it is a first.
Could
but-
you,
but It's good to have firsts.
Yes, go, Chief.
Better than
which
last. I'll
windows
say.
are you referring to?
The ones that are existing that were
been
to
approved
be
to be
taken out,
modified.
those two
Oh,
windows
those
right
two
there.
windows?
Could these windows
Yes,
be reused?
I think conceivably, because it's just, two windows flanking a fireplace. So it really depends on, yeah.
I'm
It
wondering
looks
about-
like it could be an appropriate size to be reused. You could take a look at that.
Yeah, I think that's good to look at that, because those look
Yeah.
larger than your space, at least I'm seeing here. Now, this may not be to scale, I don't
I'd-
know.
I'd want to take a look at those windows. I know that's a later addition, and so I'd be interested to see if those windows are the same type of windows
They could be
as the
completely
original
different than
windows.
the one.
Yeah,
Or it
even
could
if
be
they
some
put
sort
on
of,
the front.
or Mr. Chair, even the
Inexpensive.
same style window
Yes,
would, in my mind.
it's worth looking at.
Or the same style that's on the existing house, that is the small window that we've been talking about, just to repeat its form on each side might add continuity to the fenestration, or to the
Okay.
window pattern.
and I'm sorry for saying that, I thought that small window was the original size. I didn't verify that before the meeting, and I made that assumption. But I think that space is a powder room or a bathroom, so that size would work in that space.
And
So-
in
so
the
that'd be
middle, that
fine.
is a fireplace. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
What about venting for that? Does that
Yeah,
have to be,
the venting,
that's
yeah.
not shown on here. There's a ventless unit.
They called it
Uh,
as,
The,
on the back is lap siding
well,
cementitious.
it could be one of those newfangled water
Like these
units that
cementitious
don't need any
panel.
vents. I don't know if you've heard about those. But, because they're electric and they use water vapor. And they're actually more convincing looking
It's
than,
hard to go
than
to see
gas.
you.
But I'll look into options. What I want to avoid a
Chimney.
a chimney or vent or anything ugly. And that area needs a little more.
And it looks like you're jutting out the foundation for it, like making it a full bay, a full box bay with a foundation.
Rather than cantilever, yes, it is expressed as a full bay rather than a
I think
cantilever.
that needs reworking, all of that. Then I really wouldn't support you demoing that existing window for sake of a new wall location, if there's another opportunity to redesign the interior so you don't sacrifice an existing window.
Are you opposed to the window moving over? That would be pretty challenging because it's a very, very
No.
tight footprint.
So demolition of the rear porch has been approved, but no alterations other than the removal of the siding has been approved on the main house.
I would just look at an opportunity with that again, see if that could be reworked.
Okay.
We need to try and save as many existing windows on this little cottage as we can.
And I do think it's appealing to the portion that's been approved for demolition, if you can reuse those windows, and
Yeah,
it's,
good point.
makes no difference. I think that avoids criticism of the type of windows going in the side, because they're already in existence there.
Tyler, do you have a comment?
No, I think, we'll get to see this
Yeah.
at the commission hearing in a couple weeks, 3 weeks. Moving the window doesn't bother me entirely. If there's a way to keep it where it is, I think that's a good idea, but it's also around the corner and 12 feet back, and I don't know anybody but the direct next door neighbor can ever see it, so I can be somewhat flexible, I think, in my mind, but, I think we had floor plans before, so, we don't judge your floor plans, but if there's a way to adjust the wall and make that work, I think that's ideal. Kind of echoing what Kathy had said.
Are there any other comments about the house and the change? Susan?
We'll just appreciate what they've done.
Yeah.
Susan?
I'm still not really convinced that the roof pitch of the dormer is where it needs to be. I think typically we like to see at least 312. Is that correct, Amanda?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
It's not in the guidelines as a requirement, but it's more typical to the historic district than the pitch that's provided today.
Thank you.
Anything else on the house? How about the garage? Other than it's been moved up 100 feet
And turned around.
and turned around?
I think that's good. There's 2 doors now?
Yeah.
Two, and they're both shown as operable. Is one still a
Each-
false panel?
The,
The pedestrian door?
there are two, there's a pedestrian door, and then there's a storage unit door.
Yeah, this is
So each side of that stairwell is storage. One is more like a potting shed, and the other one would hold a lawnmower and bikes.
I think the dormer here, I'm glad to see one. I still think, even from a constructability standpoint and a historic standpoint, usually dormers on a building like this, the ridge would touch the peak of the dormer roof, and that's because that's where you would hang it, is on the ridge board. The dormer would go up to the peak. And I think that would help the pitch look a little steeper too. Now, on the house, we can't do that because we're required to be 6 inches below, but on this building, if the dormer goes up and touches the ridge, is actually more appropriate and structurally the way you would want to do it, so you don't have to add extra beams in to hold the dormer up. But I think it would help. And then I know that Cape Cods oftentimes have sort of these minimal kind of reveals on eaves and things, specifically the dormers, but oftentimes it's different. So even when we look at the house, the front overhang, rear overhang is 5 or 6 inches, and it's an inch on the gable ends. I don't see a lot of that reflected in the dormers per se, but they seem really flat, and I think it's adding to the boxiness, in my opinion.
Are you saying that you'd prefer to see an overhang, a larger overhang on the dormers?
I mean, something. It looks like it's just a 1 by like a 3/4 inch.
Oh, on the
board.
garage? Yes, I agree.
On the dormer.
Good comment.
And
And the
I have
dormer,
a similar
yeah.
comment on the house too.
That's a good catch.
And the
So,
dormer.
yeah, just something. And sometimes it's as simple as showing the gutter gives you a cornice that isn't in the drawing. You go, oh, all of a sudden it has a 6-inch overhang because of gutter. And that, whether it's got an OG profile or whatever, gives the idea that there's a cornice, because right now there's not.
Yeah. Okay, anything else?
Yes, sir.
Susan? Let's look at.
I'm still concerned about the size of the garage. I have the original plans that you brought last month. And again, with the Cape Cod, I really am concerned that this garage is subservient to the house. I don't think it's there yet. And you have it a 2-car garage, but then you also have a section that has, I'm not sure that you've come down that much, maybe 5 feet, I don't think it's there yet from my perspective.
I removed 3 feet from the depth of the entire garage, and then 8 feet from the, I believe 8 feet from the width of it, bringing that third bay into, to be a storage unit. And overall reduction of the square footage of the footprint is a little over 200 square feet. I think the intent, and I think it was mentioned at the last meeting, because of the size of the house is so limited, and we're limited in what we can do, that we're grateful to have the opportunity to add some square footage, some living space at the garage. 'Cause, it's a very large lot, very, very deep lot, and and I know the owner would appreciate that opportunity to have that. And it's set back about 13, 14 feet from the property line, although it's a 7-foot setback. So it's not right at the setbacks or anything like that. So I'm hoping that this present design meets that criteria. But I can certainly take a look at it, and if I can reduce it further. I've reduced the function of the upstairs space to be just kind of a one-bedroom studio with a bathroom that's located over what's now that storage area and stair.
Mary?
Yeah. On the garage, I'm not a fan of the stucco foundation for this age house. I would want to see brick. Is it brick?
No, they've got stucco on the addition part.
Well, and brick, and on, I would say on the house too. I just never saw that in this period, so I would prefer brick. And bring some garage door samples when you come for approval.
So Mary, the existing house has stone, and I think that's why the applicant.
Yeah, I understand. I have just looked all over town where we've approved the stucco, and it's dirty, it starts cracking. I just don't think it is a material you see on some houses, but not that often. So when you don't see it that often, then I would go for the brick or stone if you can find something appropriate. But I think the brick, because it differentiates.
Okay.
When we say stucco, is that a parch coat?
It's a parch
Yes.
coated stucco.
Mhm. I've just been looking around town. Okay. Have you got some that looks,
Yeah, on the back porch.
okay, I'll look.
Yeah, please.
I feel
It
very
depends
good
on
about it
who
personally,
does
but I
it, I
totally
guess,
understand
right?
her point.
Yeah, it's always been used as a tool in which to differentiate, but
Yeah.
not create. I mean, brick can't hold the house up. It's going to have block behind it too.
Behind
so it's an
it, yeah.
expense thing because you're
It's an
having to
expense.
do multiple passes with masons.
Well,
so
I don't
kinda get
know.
it.
I can just tell you what I've seen
Yeah,
around
well,
town.
I've
I
seen
don't know.
some bad ones.
Yeah, I guess I'm just
We've
seeing
seen
bad ones, so
Yeah.
paint, if there were some other option.
Okay, anything else?
Okay.
Okay, so I would like to recap what I've heard, just for the benefit of the applicant. I have heard on the historic structures addition that the fenestration needs to be adjusted on the right elevation. Some folks have indicated that removal of the existing historic window should not be considered. There are others who indicated that relocation of the same window may be supported. So that's not a unanimous response from the DRC on that. Reusing the removed windows or the windows to be removed consequence to demolition of the rear porch might be a better approach than using the smaller windows on either side of the proposed fireplace. The one comment was to remove the base from the bay, so it would be a cantilevered, like a floating bay. On the garage, and I appreciate Tyler's comment specifically because in our new design guidelines document is proposed, dormers could tie into the main ridge line on accessory structures because that is historically appropriate, although it may not be appropriate for houses. So the dormer could get a little bit more pitch if it ties directly into that main ridge. The comments were also included, adding more eave depth, and then also some comments with continued concern about size, and then the comment about, considering a different material for the foundation other than the Parch Coated CMU as just a consideration comment. But Parch Coated CMU would be generally supported by our guidelines as they're written currently.
Do you support stone as well, or you prefer to see a contrast?
So stone is a difficult one. Whenever someone has stone, I actually do recommend they consider CMU or some kind of alternative because it's hard to match historic stone. And I am of the philosophy that if you try to match it and it's off just a little bit, it's worse than just not matching it at all. So that's why, to Mr. Lamiernel's point, having something that is different but does not call attention to itself. Now, it can call attention to itself if it's not maintained, to Ms. Pierce's point. But a brick, a veneer on a CMU could be appropriate too. It's just there's a number of options. Stone would be very hard, I think. If you do choose to consider stone, we will certainly consider it, but we would need a sample of it to review it.
There is stone that you can salvage from what you're tearing off.
So bringing a stone sample in is certainly an option. We would happily look at.
Thank you, Jim.
Ms. Rose, my
Can I
only
just
other-
add one more comment about the parging? I think you've done a good job of identifying with the foundation, the parge of the CMU to identify the new parts. And then the stone stays on the other. The worst thing to me is what Amanda was saying, if you bring another stone in, that's a nightmare. I mean, to get a good match. So, and then do you want to miss?
Well, there's actually stone existing.
May not be enough.
It may not be enough, but it could possibly, if you wanted to use
The
it on.
applicant may come back exactly
front of
with
the
what he's
garage,
proposing
yeah.
now.
Yeah.
But these are just some options to
Yeah.
think about.
I was just going to say, and I would just, on that bay for the fireplace, I would figure out exactly what you want to do, whether it's windows or whatnot, and.
In the bay.
Give us some
In the
options,
bay.
yeah.
Yes,
In the
yes,
bay.
good
I
point,
think
good
that-
point.
Yeah, I would just,
I was focused on some of the other aspects. and
sure,
didn't-
I understand, yeah.
That was one area that I had not really completely refined.
Yeah,
But I appreciate your comments on that.
absolutely.
And,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just one more, have you left the garage the same height?
Yes. mhm.
Okay,
All right,
Well done, though.
thank you.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
This was good. A good deferral. Okay,
Mr. Chair, can we take a break?
sure. Want to do a five, I don't think we need to motion this, so, yeah, let's just recess for 10 minutes.
Okay, so everyone, please return by 6:10,
Yes, 6:15.
6:15.
Thank you. Do I need to give him the
Yeah.
thumbs up, Amanda?
That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that.
I don't see
That's
her.
awesome.
Here we go. All right, we're ready now for discussion of alterations accessory at 214 4th Avenue North. Camille Moore, applicant. Sorry to keep you all waiting. I know you've been just enthralled at this conversation. Yeah, push the button,
There you go.
just identify yourself and tell us about your
Yeah,
project.
my name is, oh, that's a little bit hot. My name is Ryan. I'm the general contractor. I haven't been involved with the design so much, but the lady that had been doing the design work was not able to come. So I've just kind of jumped in to help. And this is Camille. She is the homeowner, and she's going to tell us a little bit about the project.
Okay, thank you, welcome.
So we own the property at 214 4th Avenue North, and we were hoping to make the garage into a tiny house to just make better use of the property. And then Madeline, our daughter, would live there. And we're not proposing any changes to the footprint, but just the garage, like removing the garage door, make it into a door and a window, like is on the design, and adding a shed roof over the little front door. And windows, okay, on the sides. And so we just appreciate your time and welcome your design.
Thank you. Okay, Amanda, do you have any, okay, excuse me, Victoria?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, the applicant is proposing to convert an existing garage into an accessory dwelling unit. The current garage is non-historic, so alterations for an ADU conversion can be considered appropriate in light of the guidelines. As Ms. Moore mentioned, the footprint is going to stay at 360 square feet, which is already subservient in massing, scale, height, size to the principal structure, which is about 1,145 square feet. The biggest changes are going to be the removal of the existing garage door to put in 2 windows and then a craftsman-style door to match the style of the principal building, and then having that shed-type awning over the entrance. The guidelines do recommend retrofitting historic doors on outbuildings, but again, this is a non-historic outbuilding, so this could be considered appropriate. There are several windows on either side. The one with the 3 banks of windows, that's facing internal to the lot, not to the property line, so that would also be considered appropriate. The applicant has already included the type of windows that they want to use, which are the Marvin Elevate windows. It's a fiberglass window. And then there will be a condenser mounted on a 3-inch tall concrete pad, but it's going to be placed again on the side internal to the lot, which can provide screening from street view as recommended. So those are the major changes. Thank you.
Okay. Comments, commissioners?
Do we know what the existing house looks like?
Yes, I had that up earlier. I will go ahead and share that here. So this is the craftsman style home with the garage behind it. We think it's circa 2010. I think I was involved in that review.
2008, 2010?
Yeah. Yes.
It has, sorry. I want to make sure you can hear me. It does have hardy siding. I think it's a 4-inch lap, 5-inch reveal maybe, 4 or 5, similar to the house, and with the pretty basic 1x4 trim around it. So that's what the existing house has as well, so we would just match that.
So, Mr. Chair, they'd take all the door trim, everything off, and it would just, yeah, okay.
I believe Ms. Moore said that they hope to salvage and reuse as much of the siding as they can. They'll have to supplement to some degree, but between, the windows going in on each side and the front, they may be able to take some and place it in. It is a cementitious
Doesn't come off very easy.
No.
No.
So
It might be harder than it sounds.
So Victoria and Amanda, since I'm new and a little green, these outbuildings that, when we consider if this were a brand new outbuilding and we look at that it's supposed to be a scale and placement and form of what would have historically been an outbuilding, is there a requirement for a garage door facing frontage, or is that not something that's mandated in the guidelines here?
So the design guidelines currently are not addressing this as well as we plan to with the update, but essentially we would treat this as a non-historic structure and just ask that, alterations be in keeping with the district and the home specifically. There's no requirement that it have a carriage-style door.
Okay.
We do oftentimes, however, entertain ADUs that are actually new construction where we do encourage a garage door because they are of a scale that's more of a 1.5-story scale. In this case, it's an existing structure that is sized very diminutively in relation to the existing. So we did talk with the applicant about that and said, keeping the garage door would be great from a historic zoning perspective, but as staff, we feel strongly that because of the height and scale and size subserviency of this existing structure, that a garage door isn't necessarily warranted. Is that fair to say, Victoria?
Sure.
Anybody else? No other comments?
I think it looks fun. It looks good.
Looks fine. No?
I think you have a nice tiny house.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll just comment real quick. In talking with Madeline about the interior design, I think the placement of the door and the windows was kind of placed there because of her desire to entertain and get furniture, and it kind of scooted everything over. We kind of tried to create a walkway down the middle of the building that was from the front to the back. So that's kind of how we landed with this front-facing layout.
Sure.
Looks nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you.
It's good to see you, Camille.
Okay, we're ready for the next. Item number 6, discussion of alterations rear deck walk-in cooler placement at 110 4th Avenue South. Don Burke.
Look who it is. With the
Long
cat
time no see,
dragging
Mr.
in.
Burke. We're fine.
Hey, Don. He's not a good sharer. Never lets me.
So, full disclosure, everyone,
We have to share.
Mr. Burke had informed me during our break that he has given you some items that staff has not seen yet. There are some revisions to what he submitted, which I don't know if,
It's,
I don't have a copy of it.
Yeah,
Please
it's,
give me a copy.
is that it? No.
No, this is the old one. Okay.
Victoria, were you able to?
Okay.
Here, you want to just use mine, Amanda?
No, I don't want to take
You should
yours.
have an electronic copy.
Do you have a hard copy for me?
I don't, I only printed 4. Jim's willing to give up.
Yeah, here.
No.
Jim's got a photographic memory.
Yeah. The operative word is memory.
Okay.
So, Amanda, the picture, image you're looking at is the existing condition. If you scroll down, there's the proposed condition. Okay. This is Jim Kreider. He's the owner of Merides Breadbasket, and he contacted me about helping him get approval for the addition of a cooler in the back of his place. And when we discussed it, we looked at these different options of places to place it, and really just kind of want to tuck it away so that you can't see it at all back there. There's kind of an existing fabric of pressure-treated constructions, 2 trellises, a deck, staircases that serve as exits for the second level. That construction has all been in place since Calvin Lehue brought that location back, I believe, the 70s, late 70s. So most of this is existing fabric that's been there for a while. It doesn't do anything to inhibit, or it didn't really engage or alter any historic fabric along the back facades of these existing buildings. It's merely attached to the side of it. So the proposal here is to add the cooler underneath the staircase that you can see in this photograph. It would be completely hidden from view, not just by the existing, by the existing bushes that are there. This is an example of Puckett's solution for an outdoor cooler, where they built a fence around it. I believe these pickets are something that's consistent around the dumpster enclosures and around other the smoker enclosure behind Puckett's, and also that's the smoker. You can tell these are slightly newer than the original construction because the Lehue work was done with lattice work. The lattice work has vines growing all over it now, and it's been in place for, good 30 years now. So the only change that we would need to make in order to tuck this cooler underneath the existing deck is to move one section of the staircase, which was hidden to the inside, and flip it around and drop it in front of the store that's next door. There may be another image, Amanda. Is that it? Okay. Yeah, so, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, if you look at where the existing stair is starting, that piece of existing stair, landing, and the stair in the middle would remain. And what we would do is just take the stair that's on the back of that, going down towards the doors near Meridy's rear, take those stairs out and replace them on the right so that they drop down to the right. And there's some existing plantings there that I think can be moved out in front of them so that we continue that planting screening in front of it. I think other than the fact that those would be, so that's the existing situation. And if we scroll down a little bit, see what we would do is move the lower portion of the stair down and have it land in front of the store next door. And this would create plenty of screening in front of the cooler location. The cooler could be tucked in underneath the existing deck. And we can even add some more of that lattice work behind the arborvitae's and on the side there to completely screen it, so that it's so that it's just not noticeable at all. But it's sort of more of the same that's there. The only defining factor of it would be it isn't as aged as what's currently there, but it's that lower section of stair that would be noticeable. And it wouldn't take very long for it to age. I mean, none of that treated has been painted. It was left as treated wood, and new treated wood will age faster than the existing, in my opinion.
Okay. Victoria?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff would like to note that during this review process, we did receive a couple of comments on this proposal from our colleagues in Building and Neighborhood Services. One comment stated that the cooler is not allowed under an exterior stairway unless the stairway is enclosed with a 1 hour rated enclosure to comply with section 1011.7.4 in the IBC. And then also another comment stated that we'll just need to see the actual material for the screening and when the application comes to historic zoning. The design guidelines we need this to be screened because HVAC and any type of appliances need to be screened from the right-of-way or from public view, so.
Mr. Tosh, do you mind speaking a little bit about what a fire-rated system would entail in terms of appearance on the outside, if that's going to make a difference in how the commission needs to review this?
Can't give you a direct answer to what that would look like. It would be protected from the underside. Fire protected barriers like for stairs. Or fire protected stair assemblies. Those are dictated by UL assemblies, and so that has to come from the designer of record to determine how that assembly is going to take place. And our plans examiner that reviewed this project, this was originally looked to be tucked about half under the stairs, but if this deck here, you may still be faced with the same dilemma if this is the means of egress. The problem is we don't want to have a fire and be able to keep someone from being able to get to those stairs or down those stairs.
Can I speak to that?
Sure.
We did discuss the idea that the stair would need to be maintained at all times, so during even placement and construction and stuff, we would have to complete the stair first. There would be a portion of the deck above hovering over the top of the cooler location for sure. I wonder, do you know if it would be possible that a dry sprinkler system would alleviate that requirement by 1 hour?
That I could not answer I'd have to refer back to the code.
Because I know that building was recently fitted with a sprinkler system throughout, so we can probably tap into it and bring a dry system out and, sprinkle the whole area, even inside the cooler and in between the cavity between the deck above.
Yeah, that will probably have to be addressed by one of our fire plans examiners and Doug Bornick.
Yeah,
I would join that conversation. We'd be happy to have it with you.
Don, it seems like you just need to deal with
it seems like
them on that before it comes back.
On that issue, on that issue alone. If we are able to resolve that to the degree that we wouldn't, because a 1 hour shaft around this would dramatically change the appearance out there. If we wanted to try and make this look the way that it currently looks and keep that character going, and we were able to do that, I guess, not to jump ahead, but under the hypothetical that we're not, that 1 hour sprinkler reduction would be
Well, that's,
fairly common.
and one of the questions, that's what was going through my mind is like, well, we can't enclose the stair. You could, but we'd have a different discussion about what we're looking at.
Mhm.
And oftentimes in the code, it's really, I'm not the codes reviewer, but I deal with codes a lot, obviously. You can either rate the stair or rate the thing that's at risk of causing the fire. So I'm wondering if there's an enclosure that you can slide the cooler in. You don't have to sprinkler or anything. It's just a 1 hour room that the cooler's in.
Yeah.
If that's possible, but then there's a 1 hour separation between them. It's just not on the stair, it's on the box.
Yeah, that's a possible compromise as well.
Yeah, I not that one's better or worse than the other. I'm just thinking, are we talking about the cooler location, which I think I'm personally fine with. I think it's screened as long as we look at the screening. I think the stair configuration makes sense and is not offensive in any way in terms of historic preservation. But working out how that might work makes me, if you come back, I hope I don't have to look at a building that's enclosing a stair.
Well,
Yeah. I'm like, I've got
That's the
extreme.
reason I brought it up, because I know a fire rating can significantly change this. And I think that the applicant's intent is to use, landscaping to screen most of it, but you would have this corner exposed, and I don't know.
Oh, no, we
And-
still want to wrap fencing around the
You
base
do
of
want to
that.
wrap
Yeah,
corner, okay,
yeah, to screen it.
that helps.
Screen below the stair.
Okay.
But in the event that we ran into an issue where we couldn't get a 1 hour reduction for the sprinkler, or didn't want to bring the sprinkler out there and spend the money to do it, the other alternative would, before making any kind of enclosure out there, would be to relocate that stair in another direction, in the same area, maybe reduce or reduce there being something above the cooler, because I believe that might be the issue, is any structure hovering above the cooler itself.
Yeah.
That's the issue. So if the path around it came from relocating a stair that was built in exactly the same style, just in another direction, I think we'd be offering as minor a change to the appearance of things as possible that way.
But aside from the fire issue, does anybody have any comments, though, other than what Tyler just expressed?
Has we've heard anything from this neighbor who's going to get the new stair in the back of their building? Maybe
So,
you own both, I don't know.
The building owner was required to provide a signed and notarized owner affidavit to the applicant before this item could be on the agenda.
Okay.
So
So
I
we
don't
have heard
know,
from them.
But I know the owner has consented to the plan that was shown, that was
Okay.
provided to me earlier.
Well, that helps me think you know, I'm just apprehensive about going, yeah, build it on somebody else's property. You know? Yeah.
Okay, anything else? Thank you.
All right.
Thank
You know what
you.
you need to do.
Yeah.
Ready to go?
All right, our next item, number 7, discussion of alterations, walkway wall construction at 402 Bridge Street. Amanda McCrary.
So just to briefly just remind you all, this building's under some renovation currently. It's at the intersection of 4th North and Bridge Street. Victoria will be covering this one after the McCreary speak, but I just wanted to remind you all that this is under construction. We did do a significant approval for renovation that affected the side that faces 4th Avenue. I don't know if everyone was here that,
It's formerly the Fisher House.
yes.
I
I
definitely
know
wasn't
Tyler
there.
wasn't involved, but I think everyone else was, so. All right, thanks.
Hello, I'm Amanda McCreary, architect with Chisel Workshop. So yes, the Walker Fisher House, we're back. The drawing, the elevation that you see on the side from the house standpoint is what was approved and what's currently under construction. So we are talking about the side patio that faces 4th Avenue. So what our clients would like to do is, it has an existing patio out there that was the exposed aggregate patio. And what we're looking to do is to kind of enclose that as a courtyard to the side. I think there might even be a picture of what was like, no, I didn't, of what was there originally. Yep, there you go.
Yep.
So it had a patio to begin with that was screened with the lattice work. And so what we're looking to do is to have that patio. That patio doesn't meet our footprint because we took off that bay window and we actually pulled that 1980s addition back a little bit. So to make the patio, the new patio, the same size as the footprint we're working on, and then also instead of doing the lattice fencing, to do an open weave brick fencing.
Nice.
Which is, we've got a picture on the top. One thing that I would like some feedback from, besides just the initial design concept, is the we've got some piers that we're showing in the corners of the patio and some piers along either side of the gate. The gate is aligned and centered with the new door location. The piers that we're showing mostly match existing. So if you go up to the top right of that, we have some existing, this is what you see on the left side of the house. So if you're facing the front on Bridge, you actually, this is the alley side, but you see the same thing on the Bridge Street side. They have a 3-tier top cap of brick. It's a little large in scale for ours. We are proposing we match it with kind of a 2-tier top cap, but I'm also curious to know if you guys would be open to a stone top cap on the piers, and if that's the case, we may consider even changing the existing piers that are on the left side, so that way they're cohesive from one side of the house to the other. We are set back, I think, 15 feet off the street because we have to be from a zoning perspective, I believe, since we have a rear alley access, and the wall height is 4 feet, and the pier is about 4'9". We really like to course out our brick, so it's plus or minus. It has to do with the brick courses. And yeah, that's what we're looking at.
Okay. Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to reiterate, this did get a COA back in January of 2021, and so this is just additional work. So screening in the side patio, and even though it does face along 4th Avenue North, the height of the wall, the brick wall, is appropriate in light of the guidelines. Staff did have a little bit of a question about the 9-inch difference between the piers and the wall, and would like to get the DRC's feedback on that. The open weave brick wall is also appropriate in light of the guidelines. We do have a question about the brick size and color and just how that will match what is existing on the house. And then finally, we also have a little bit of a question about the herringbone pattern of the sidewalk leading up to the right-of-way. The guidelines recommend that new sidewalks and walkways would follow historic patterns of alignment, configuration, width, and materials. And while this alignment is appropriate, the materials and the design using the herringbone are not really typical for this style of home. And also, if y'all are planning on changing the front entryway sidewalk to kind of match this side, that would need to come through historic zoning as well. Thank you.
Do you want me to address some of those real quick?
Yeah.
So the height difference between the piers and the wall is taken off of the existing conditions that we have on the left side. That's where we've picked that up, because we're trying, when you look in the front, it still would be hard, but if you were across the street looking from the front, we want the left and the right to be cohesive, even though there's a height difference. The herringbone pattern is what is, whoa, it depends on how close you get to this thing, is what's desired from my client, but I would love to hear some feedback from that. At this moment, we're not necessarily changing the front, but we also have the courtyard side too as well, so you might just see me again when we have that discussion.
Okay. Comments? Everybody's getting tired. So,
I guess I'm concerned about the brick. It just seems heavy, and yeah, I think I'm really concerned about it. I think that what you have brought forth, we're so excited about, and really, I mean, it's been a long process, and I'm just not in love with it.
And Ms. Besser, for clarification, you mean for the wall, correct?
The wall, yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry. And saying in love with something is not a commissioner thing to do. But I just feel like what you had proposed earlier is a better option.
what was proposed?
There wasn't. It was just the existing patio to remain at the time being while we figured some things out.
Yeah, I would probably mirror a lot of what Susan said. I think because this is the addition part of the house, and it really does have less visual mass because it's siding, it's one story, 2-story, kind of where it's touching the old, that it kind of demands a softer touch than maybe a brick wall. I could see some masonry piers with some infill of something a little thinner, whether it's wrought iron or something, even on a low brick base, just so it's a little more transparent. Maybe not what the client wants. They may be looking for privacy, but that weight of a kind of a heavy brick wall seems like a lot. And then, I don't have a problem with a cut limestone, like an Indiana limestone cap would be beautiful. Be even more beautiful if it was sandblasted and didn't look like it
Right.
came off the yard yesterday.
Right, totally understand.
Chip it up. Yeah, and the herringbone is, yeah, it's a stretch for me to think that on this specific house seems appropriate. I could see brick pavers, but just a standard bond would be probably more appropriate in my mind.
I would say there are, and some may be contemporary, some may be 50 to 70 years old around town where you do see herringbone sidewalks.
Mhm.
I've even seen historic photographs that I know are from the early 1900s with herringbone patios or sidewalks, even here in Franklin. So, I mean, running bond, a lot of people want to do a running bond. You get specific, you put a crest and all this other
Right.
stuff to it. But, it's a contemporary construction if it's what the homeowner wants. I would say, I kind of lean, I think, well, the homeowner might like the pierced brick wall better, and, maybe that's a consideration to have. But I think, echoing my other commissioners, that even some type of picket, would be a softer approach and probably more appropriate to what you'd see on an addition. And those would be my, but if you were going to go with the brick, I do agree that a stone cap is perfectly acceptable.
Okay.
My first reaction was picket, and it could be a little taller, for privacy, but I feel like that brick is going to take your eye. from the house.
Oh, excuse me. Kathy? Do you have any?
I like the brick.
It is an open weave, so keep in mind, when you read it in elevation, it does read heavy, but it is an open
And that's a
weave
drawing
brick.
too, so whenever you do a drawing, it
I know, we have this-
magnifies it, but, you know, how open, is it, I'm trying to squint at it,
It's
see how
very
open
similar.
is it,
It's a
but-
full course open. So I actually have gone wider than that one. It's hard to tell because you can't tell in the drawing what's, should shade it. That would help.
Maybe you give us some options, but I like the brick and I like the distressed stone cap on it.
I think Ms. McCurry could provide an actual like profile, like draw a profile for you. It's just a section that shows you that level of openness.
Openness, yes. I think
Yeah,
that's,
give us a detail of it.
Yeah.
that's
I-
a great suggestion.
I just think brick's heavy, open or not, so.
And the brick matching is a concern, but I'm glad that the old and new don't touch.
Yes,
That
yes.
helps, and then,
My
you know,
neighbor just did one.
yeah, that's what I'd say.
Piercing.
We're having the brick house and then the lap siding addition and brick here again.
Yeah,
There's a
I guess.
mixture.
Yeah.
And you can always, you know, Old Carolina brick makes a great old brick.
They do.
I mean, so, I mean, maybe people can't tell the difference.
And I can't read, what's the gate?
The gate is a metal gate. I actually have a to be determined, designed to be determined. I really want to get the feedback on the brick wall before we discuss the gate because one kind of
That'll
informs
matter.
the other. I do think some of these comments are very helpful. Yes, yes. And I think too, part of it is, I do like the rhythm with the brick. I think open weave is a necessity if we do go that direction. But yeah, we can definitely provide more
I'm
details.
like Kathy, I don't have a problem with the brick. I think it's going to be softened by the time you do landscaping in front of it.
There's a pretty
lot.
heavy landscape plan for
Yes,
this,
yes.
and it is going to be heavily, because for them, it is a privacy concern, right? They're on
Yeah,
a corner
I
lot and a predominant one at that. So there is a landscape plan. If that's beneficial, I can submit that as well, because it is going to be heavily landscaped.
So if it would be appropriate now, I would like to revisit the cap height. So as Victoria mentioned, you know, staff had some concerns because it does match this cap height, but this wall is at least 6 feet
It's really tall.
And so the scale makes it appropriate, but we were concerned at a 4-foot height that it might not be as appropriate. So I'd love to hear everyone's comments, because it, you know, as Ms. McCurry works toward this, I'd like for her to have that in mind as she draws it.
I think it's more, it probably stands out more that it's tall on the 4 foot than if you just changed them. I don't think you'd notice if you changed them, in my opinion. If you're standing at the front, one has a different proportion,
it's
but
like
they've
it's
scaled
its
with.
own
Yeah, we
architectural
scaled it
element.
down to be, yeah.
But still, they're both 9 inches taller than the wall, right?
No, this one's much taller, much less.
Okay.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
one's less. We took one brick course off the top.
Okay, so it's
and
two
then
layers
we
instead of
also,
the three.
yes.
Okay, I'm following.
We took two brick courses out of the scale, moving it down. But if we go to a stone cap,
It's a difference.
that might change that discussion as well. For me, I don't think the clients are opposed to doing the stone cap over here, but if we do the stone cap over here, my personal, I like it to be cohesive.
That-
Do we
that
do the stone
picture-
cap on the existing?
The existing brick wall, that's on the, what I'll call, next to the garage, right?
Yes, but it is also on the front, at the back of the brick building, on the left side, if you're facing the
Yes,
street.
yes. Okay, that's what,
Yep.
that's what I thought. All right.
What would help me, this house is a treasure. And
Absolutely.
it's early. And I would like you to provide a picture of a similar brick house with a brick wall, because I'm still having
Understand.
a problem. It's not a house we want to dummy down.
Totally understand. That's why I'm here.
Amanda, is that existing brick, the tall one, is it in pretty good shape?
It's okay. We're gonna have to repoint some of it, for sure, throughout the entire,
It's probably 1980s.
I would imagine it was done when the addition
I
was
think.
done. But it does touch the historic brick on the
Yes.
front, the
Okay. Yeah.
left corner.
I was just going to add that altering this wall isn't necessarily an issue from a historic preservation standpoint. It's just more of, you know, altering to be in keeping with the federal style home and being cohesive throughout. It is definitely not a historic wall.
Okay, anything else? Susan?
I just wonder if there might be something other combination you thought of as having the brick piers and then having something besides brick in the middle. Is there another material you thought about besides the brick?
I think we can entertain that and talk with my clients. I think brick was their preferred, so that's the direction I wanted to go today to see what your feedback was.
Okay.
Okay, anything else?
Has the house been sold?
It has.
Oh, my goodness.
That's great.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a great place.
It's
just
a great
place.
It is beautiful.
Awesome.
It is.
You've done a good job.
That's a great
Many
location.
good times
Done
there.
a good job.
I know. I told them when they bought it, they bought the party house.
That's
All
exactly
the dinner parties
That's right.
were at the
Yes.
Fisher
All the
House.
dinner
That's
party,
right.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
You still get me. I don't go anywhere.
Oh,
Okay,
you got the next one?
Oh, the next item. Yes, alteration storefront masonry at 412 Main Street.
Okay, so this one's gonna be fun. I'm gonna tell you a story, okay? We've done a lot of digging. We've worked with Rick Warwick, and my clients have done some historic digging as well. And we're gonna talk about 412 Main Street. So it is, you can see it in the top left. That's kind of what it looks like today. And I'm just gonna, I told Ben I need a laser pointer. This is the storefront as it's existing. I'm going to kind of talk to you guys about how it's existing, and then we're going to go back in the past a little bit. So my guess from some of the archives and stuff is this was put on in the 80s or 90s. It's actually made with Luan, which is I know. I saw your face, Susan. So the pieces of wood out there are Luan. For those that don't know what that is a underfloor layment for an interior floor that we don't even use anymore because it's popping off in places. You can see that in the pictures. It's not historic. So we, at the very least, need to repair it. But I'm here because we're going to talk about some potential design changes. The brick that you can see too, our best guess, well, you can keep going. There's more pictures. Okay. So the history of this location, this was the Blackburn stable. So this is the picture of what was here. As my kids saw this picture, wanted to know when was Franklin in the Western times. And so I explained to them that, not all the brick buildings that they see in downtown Franklin is what was always there, right?
Right.
So this was the Blackburn stables in Franklin's Western times. All right, we can go to the next one. And then, like I said, this is what we have now. I showed you some of the existing pictures. It does share a storefront currently with Walton's on the brick portion, not on the below portion. The brick, again, kind of like when I was here last week talking about the rear of the building, it's not historic brick. The windows are aluminum. I think the windows were probably changed out in the 90s as well, given some of the history of the building. I would assume the brickwork was probably done in the 70s when that rear addition was put on the back, if I had to guess. It's just got a brick metal piece on the top. We're going to keep going back now. Yeah, no, in time, not in. So this is in the 1980s. So at some point in time, these were the amazing windows. I also really love Picture World, where they added shutters to downtown buildings, thinking that would spiff it up. So you'll see a constant in all of these is that there's a pier on the bottom level, between that's what I need I'm just going to stand up and yell. Right? No, on the first level.
Pier.
Will you be my Vanna White? Okay, this is Ben. He's going to be my Vanna White. Okay, so there's a pier between the two storefronts. You'll see that consistently, and that's important. Pay attention to that as I'm telling the story here. All right, there we go. Okay, so this picture we're guessing is taken from the 40s, given the people in the pictures. This is when the review appeal was in it. So we know that the review appeal is there. Pay close attention to on that left top window. It's an arch top. If you zoom in, which I'll have a picture here in a minute when you zoom in, there's some cornice detailing at the top that was brick. So this was prior to when they tore the brick and have the current brick on. There's some cornice work above the storefront.
Wow.
And that little masonry pier is still there. All right, we're gonna keep going back in time.
Oh, it's a nice entablature, yes.
Just for kicks, because I know you guys love history, and so do my clients, and obviously we do too, because you guys see us here all the time. This is the inside of the building, in case anybody's curious to know, when it was the review appeal. I really could use one of those hats. All right, like I was talking about before, so there's some brick detailing, that archtop window that is there on the left, the cornice detailing on the storefront. There's a masonry load-bearing separation, the one that Ben lovingly pointed out for us as well. So what's really interesting for me is that when I started work on this building, there's a colonnade, you'll see it here in a minute, on the inside of the building. This building does not have a span that requires an interior column from a structural standpoint of typical work. Like you go walk in any of these other places, there's no interior columns because they're small. So that stumped me at first because I didn't understand why the columns were there. The columns are like less than 10 feet from the wall and 10 feet from each other, which I also didn't understand because it seemed a little excessive. And then when they started tearing out for the second floor, for some offices, there is siding above that portion. Yeah, all of that is historic siding, and it's facing inside the building. So to me, that also got my wheels spinning, like what's happening here? All right, now we're gonna keep going. So you're getting excited now, aren't you? Okay, so this is what the building was in the 1890s. And according to an article in the Tennessean, John W. Blackburn has begun a fine new brick livery stable, did I say that right? Livery stable on the site of his old one. And it will be some 12 feet wider and 75 feet deep. Mr. Blackburn has such a large and increasing trade, he was compelled to make these extensive improvements, which will be an ornament to Main Street.
How about that?
Our building currently is not an ornament to Main Street. So I think the assumption when we first looked at this picture was that, oh, this building got torn down. And the one from the review appeal was placed sometime in the 30s. But the more digging we did, you can go to the next slide, I am 100% sure that this building actually just got renovated in the 30s because that masonry pier wall lines up with that interior wall that you see dashed above it where I'm seeing the siding. If you could zoom out on that, Amanda. So if that arch on the top left from the 1890s was open air, you would have seen siding on the inside of that. And then my 10-foot grid, structural grid, you can start to see it a little bit even in this picture. You can see there's rows of columns on the left side of that arch. That most likely was more of a stable configuration as opposed to a structural, it's now structural, but a structural configuration. That's why it's so tight. So I'm convinced that this particular building was not torn down in the 30s and rebuilt with the review appeal. I think if you even zoom in closely, you could maybe make out some cornice work on the top of that building that's shown in the 1890s. The two windows to the left are arch top right there and on the other side. So our arch top window you saw in the 1940s picture, it's gone now, is the same arch top window that's in that 1890s. And then the window pattern, even with Walton's being the two, match this picture. So I think over time, they took out the archway because the stable no longer made sense in downtown Franklin. Just like a lot of the buildings on the square, some of them were service centers. So that didn't make sense either. So buildings evolved and changed over time. So what we're proposing to do, you can go to the next slide, Amanda. The big reveal is to reintroduce the arch. So what we'd like to do is take some components from all of these pieces of history, rebuild the arch, bring back that arch concept, and have some of these pieces all merged together for this new use. Now keep in mind, anything that you see on the existing facade is not historic. The brick has been replaced. We have a break metal top cap. The storefront is from the 90s. So with this particular building, we do have on the right side existing, and something we would need to keep is our access to the second floor. So part of the design criteria is we need to be able to get up to the second floor. So recessing that entrance on the first one really starts to give us that shadow line reveal, like we can see in that photo from the 1890s by having the arch have it be recessed. Adding some cornice work back to the top of the building as existing to give it a cap, because right now it doesn't have one. We are also bringing back some of those elements that you see above between the first floor and the second floor in between the columns, similar to the picture that we saw from the 40s. So starting to bring back these pieces of history to really tell the story for this facade. We do know, we still share a facade with Walton's, so looking at bringing in some elements on the second floor to really delineate the two. That's what time and history does sometimes. This is no longer one big building, it is now two. So we've got some drawings of what that entails. The other aspect of it is realizing that this brick isn't historic, and a large portion of this block is painted brick, is entertaining the idea of painting the brick, so that way we also can have it look more cohesive and start to pull back some feelings of what we've seen in that 1940s picture. Even though it's black and white, it just feels really dark to me, and so I keep getting drawn to that. So looking at, is it dark? We've got kind of a olive sagey green up at the top that's rather dark, and then I put white in there just because it's for discussion purposes, but that's not my preference, is to have the white and black storefront. And you can go to the next one, and so just so you can see how that starts to fit into the block. I know it's a lot, I know it's a big project, so I'm ready for your comments.
Amanda?
Thank you, other Amanda. We're both awesome. That's why we have
Good
this
history
name.
lesson.
Yes.
Yes, you're welcome. That was fun.
Yes. So I am exceedingly excited that Amanda and Ben put so much work into the history. When she first contacted me about this and told me about some of the really cool and unique features that used to be on this building, I've really encouraged her to dig into that and to show us what they come up with. So very, very excited. As you saw, there's a number of different renditions. Buildings have changed a lot over time, and some changes were in support of, the use being further realized, and then when that use was no longer viable, it changed again and changed again. So you see it throughout. This might be my favorite one.
Mm-hmm. We're bringing back the divided lights.
Yeah. So ultimately, there's a lot of, we're very fortunate. There's a lot of historic documentation on this building. We're not fortunate to have that with most of our buildings downtown. I know Rick lovingly helped you with this because we have a treasure trove for these buildings, which is fantastic. The way the guidelines read is that if a storefront's not historic or needs to be rebuilt, it needs to be done so with a traditional storefront configuration, which is the typical, centered, entrance, recessed or not, with your storefronts flanking on either side on bulkheads with transoms. Or to restore to, the original appearance historically. Now, we have a number of original appearances to look at, and that's sort of what the Mercuries have brought forward are different nods to those. So as far as the guidelines go, this is not a true reconstruction project, restoration project. It is, taking some of the elements from different eras of the building and putting it together. So it doesn't truly meet the intent of the guidelines in that respect. Now, doing something with the storefront is totally appropriate and encouraged. I mean, you saw some of those pictures at the very beginning. It's not a high quality material, and restoring it to something that is more traditional is definitely appropriate. There are elements of this design that I feel strongly could move forward. It's just taking what time period you want to work with. In the Secretary of Interior standards, restoration really is trying to pinpoint a specific point in time and tell that story. So I would encourage the applicant to tell the story of a specific point in time rather than take different pieces. In this case, I think that doing something to add some cornice is entirely appropriate, whether it's, what you see here, which is probably easier. They can't add a new brick coursing without taking all the brick off. Trimming out so this feels like more of its own storefront, I think could be appropriate too. In reviewing this and really spending a lot of time thinking about it, this is a situation where you have a bottom floor tenant wanting to make some changes, but they aren't necessarily able to change the upper facade to correspond with that. So what types of changes could be appropriate on the lower floor that would still interplay with the upper floor without causing those windows to have to change? It's given, Amanda and Ben, a lot of challenge to work through, and I certainly appreciate that. Because this was a livery stable at one point in time, I do think hearkening to the arch could be appropriate. It's certainly not feasible to put the arch back the way it was. Maybe perhaps having a centered recessed arch in the middle and being a little bit more typical with storefront here and maybe more of a pedestrian door here, since this is an access stairwell to go up, could be a softer way to pay homage without trying to relay that this was the way it looked at any point in time. I don't know exactly how that plays out, but I thought I would share those comments based on the guidelines that I'm charged to review against. Thank you.
Okay, commissioners' comments. Susan?
This is a lot to absorb. And I've done several Studio on the Squares with my students at Elmore Belmont, so I'm pretty familiar with the process of how you do this, and this is very different than what is typical. So I need to suggest this, quite frankly. I think the thing, if I look at, one thing is that if we have to be very careful what we approve on this, because we're setting a precedent. I think we might be setting a precedent. And I do like the idea of incorporating some of the arch, the arch from the original stable, but I think we also have to still keep the semblance of a storefront. So that's my comment.
And I do know that this is similar in context to White's Mercantile as well.
No, that was pure restoration.
Yeah, that was
We had
exactly
photographic-
what was there.
It was 100%?
100%.
It was 100%. That was, yes, that was pure. He had the photo documentation. And so that's how that worked.
In fact, they were a little hesitant to do it because they felt like it wasn't traditional of a storefront configuration, but I think that it grew on them, and now I totally you see where you're coming from,
Yeah,
but,
I mean,
but that
it's-
was an actual photograph. It used to be I think it was an undertaker, so they didn't want a traditional storefront, and that's why it was a little different. Is that right, Ryan?
I don't remember on that.
Okay.
I d-
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't remember.
Ryan knows all the buildings otherwise.
Yeah, I don't remember the use, but I do know that it is exactly as it was.
Yes.
I remember the car upside down
Yeah.
in front of the
Yeah,
building.
yeah.
Yes.
And I sent you, just sent you an email, and they're, all right, well, they're Sanborn maps, and they just kind of show what that building looked like, at least from an aerial type view in 1898, and then 1913, and then 1928. And you really see that stable runs from Main Street all the way back, I mean, twice as long as it is today.
275 feet.
And when you have an arch, so these are some things that just, Ralph, just my first impression. So you look at Binks across the street. That was a livery stable.
Yes.
And so you have that large arch, and that, what does that do? It accommodates carriages, wagons, buggies, large animals. So, that's why that exists. Now we're in a retail situation. So, to go back with mimicking arches, I don't know that it, and something so different than what you see downtown, I'm not sure that really gives the impression of Main Street as we know it. And I look at Walton's next door. I mean, that was part of this building at one time. They've been sold off and
Right,
separated.
it's two separates.
So So how is this going to look in relation to Walton's? Now you have one building that's supposed to look kind of like one building now looks totally different together. And
And I don't think from our perspective, or, you know, as a design professional, not a building owner, that I've thought a lot about that because they do share one facade and the history of that building shares one facade. But just like, you know, the service center is no longer on the square that looks like a garage either. That to me, I think is part of the evolution of downtown, is that they did get sold off as two separate ones. So are we always going to keep them looking the same, or, you know, is it time for that portion to evolve as since I think this would be a different conversation too if anything on that facade of either one of them were of historic age. And so that to me, I thought about that too, but then I kind of came to terms with it because that is part of the evolution of downtown. They're now two separate buildings.
well, Main Street Garage, I think, it has evolved over time.
It has.
And
We've
if it-
torn
Absolutely.
it down one time.
Yeah,
If it were to come
absolutely.
before this board today, it probably wouldn't look like it does
Right.
right now. So, and I think we're dealing with right now.
Right.
And not, and how that, we're going to set precedents about how things evolve, you know, and it's a beautiful design. I like it. I mean, I don't dislike this. I like it. It just doesn't blend in and support the Main Street that we have and the kind of the evolution of that building itself. And that would be one of my comments. I know that dental, I'm going to call it brick dental work.
Yes, the
because
brick-
really that's what
yes.
it is at the top. What's interesting about that is that you see that in late 1800 buildings, especially where the old city hall is and where the review appeal used to be. And, you know, it makes me wonder, did this building eventually evolve to have that, or was it like that? Or did the people, the review appeal, because you can clearly see by 1928 on the Sanborn maps, big change. I mean, half the building is gone.
That's when it sold. Well, 1928.
That's right, to the review appeal.
It was, yes.
And so there were a lot of changes that took place, right in 28 in that kind of era. So, you know, to go back to this, there's a big question mark for me.
Kathy?
I think what would help me, again, I love the design. If I saw more of a streetscape, a blockscape, to see how it would integrate or play. I know you've given us a few, but the original photographs were really just, the process of the change is just amazing. And I like having that blend of which your design reflects, the nod to the arch. And, but I think to see how it would fit in with the rest of the streetscape would help me to either say, like Amanda's suggestion, maybe one arch and maybe, you know, a multiple, like give me some options on a facade look that would still give the nod to the arch in times past. But how does it fit in? And I don't mind bringing in, you know, we have to look at change. And when you were going down the street, Amanda, I noticed there are a lot of the other arches.
There absolutely are.
So it's not like it's an oddity.
And to speak to that, that was something our City Hall consultants did a whole presentation on, because they were really stricken by how many
There's quite a bit.
arches we have downtown, and to try to utilize that to some degree with the new construction project there.
And the 10-foot column grid that you found, how many repetitions of that? How far back did the grid go?
There's 6 of them. It's
6
pretty
of
much
them?
from the front, the original front to the original back.
Okay.
One's missing.
A typical horse stall is 10 by 10.
I know.
And a single, what they call like a standing stall, is 5 by 10. So those could receive the ponies, stash them till whatever they're doing, and then move them on. But I just really enjoyed this story too. It was good.
Well, I love, you mean, or
Yep.
tell, okay. I love always hearing and thinking about the stories, but I was always taught that to see what's downtown, you look up, and when you look up, to this, to me, when you see what's probably, 1960s, 70s changes, and then you look down, it makes the look down look sort of fake to me in the realness of the change over time. So it would be a no-starter for me unless the whole building had some kind of interpretation. And my first reaction when you started talking, I thought, oh, there's going to be a big arch, and then you're going to step in to something else, like an arcade type configuration. So
That would be really different.
when I look up and see the top not matching the bottom and know the story on the top too, I just would not be able to support it. But thank you.
Okay, Tyler.
All right, my turn.
Your turn.
Yeah, I share some of Mary's kind of sentiment there. And when I look at the elevation there, I like parts and pieces of it, but it doesn't seem cohesive to me. The windows above the arches are kind of off center and off balance, and I'm like, there's probably a geometric way to get some things aligned if you kind of give up on the symmetry, which is what the original building was asymmetrical. And I love the idea of kind of stepping through a portal, but I also understand that people don't want to give up square footage in a building that is probably extremely expensive.
And small.
Yeah,
And
so it's
small,
like,
and
I'm gonna
expensive,
give up a
yes.
10-foot swath? No, I wouldn't. But what I would say too, from a formal standpoint, is you've created this cadence on the first floor, and nothing above responds to it. So even if the arch centered under the triple window somehow, and I think there's a way to do that. How do these piers and the columns and the balustrade, all this stuff, does something happen above to respond to that? And I think it can just be some corbelling or brackets or something in the cornice, because the cornice looks like that's not ours. I'm not going to worry about that. And I think that's what we want to avoid, is that we've dressed up the bottom and this pretty lady's got pants on, but you know what I mean? It could be kind of bizarre.
Well, and somehow your eye has gotten used over time to people leaving the top like it was and putting that modern bottom on because they didn't want to spend the money on the top. And to me, the reverse, it doesn't work.
Yeah, I love the ideas. I just don't think it's all together yet. But I think you've got a lot of the parts and pieces. It's just an arrangement thing and a detailing thing at this point, I would say.
And a scale thing.
Yeah.
And just one other thing from the Sanborn map, and this is from 1913 for use. So what would have been over the arched window was a small office, and I'm sure that was the livery office. And then there was the livery where you went through, and on the other side of that was a cobbler, shoe cobbler. And then as you go back, they're storing hay, and then way in the back is where animals are stored. They're not stored, right in this main little building
Right.
here. So, I mean, that was how it was, what you see.
It's actual floor plan.
That's right. I can add nothing to what has been said, other than I think just a snap judgment. It's a little strong on the bottom, and I think the simplification of it somehow would work, and somehow connecting the upper and the lower. And somehow, Kathy made a good point about seeing more of the main street on that side to see how it can blend.
So you don't like fancy pants on your buildings?
So
comment.
before we leave this item, I would be remiss if I didn't ask for feedback on Ms. McCrae's request to paint the upper facade to try
think we
to
wanna go
temper
down
the
that road.
cohesion.
I think we can wait, we can
Okay.
wait on that one.
I just wanted to give
No,
some
no,
direction. It's not historic brick, but painting brick on Main Street has not been looked upon very
From an
what it's
age,
next
from an
to, it's
age
next to the yellow.
standpoint, it's historic.
It
looks
is
like.
likely, if it's a 70s brick, it's getting close.
Knocking on the door.
Yes.
Have you thought about the design we see in the 1930s photograph? And going back to that?
We have, it's, part of it from us is, it's lost so much of its detailing to just, we have, but we got really excited about the livery and the stable and some of the aspects of going back even further.
And I hear the argument about arches, and we see arches all over the place in upper story windows. But, I mean, I can't think of any storefront downtown Franklin that has arches. Well,
Yeah.
Binks, I mean, that one arch.
That one arch, but that, yeah.
For their storefront windows, and that's not a livery arch that we're talking about.
There's a building on the public square, the Truett Building, that has an arch as well.
There's a couple of them. We drove around.
The door that goes into that was the Roberts Building originally, I think. Oh, I know the one you're talking about, the Truett.
The old fire station.
Well,
Does it
she's
have?
talking about the old bank, the old Franklin National Bank.
Bank has,
Yeah, those are nice. That is a beautiful building.
Okay, do we have any other, Amanda, you got any other comments?
I do not.
Anybody else?
I just want to
Susan?
concur with what Mr. Laster said, that I think the detail in a 1930s building is so rich. And if somehow you could bring that detail into the final product, I think that would be very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
History tour today.
Thanks for all your work. I mean,
Thank you.
you've done a lot of
It's
work.
amazing to realize it's the same building.
It is.
Okay.
Thank you both.
Greatly altered.
Greatly altered, yes.
Discussion of new construction at 107 Splendor Ridge Drive. Chad Gore.
Hey, everybody.
Why is
Howdy.
Chad always last?
Hey, everybody.
Or second to last?
I don't know whether it's good for me or not, because y'all are all tired.
Probably good.
We're just juiced up.
Just got going. I did bring paper copies if y'all are interested in that.
Sure.
Yes,
That's
please.
fine. Since you got them,
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Yes.
I've already wasted the paper.
yeah, you kill the tree.
These are there'll be one more.
Yeah, he's got two.
Thank you, Chad. Appreciate that.
No, you don't want to confuse me. Thank you, sir.
Maybe a paper.
This neighborhood's filling up.
Okay, Chad.
This is the last of the narrow lots that I'll be presenting for
Okay.
Splendor Ridge. But yeah, Lot 2 is a typical, one of the more typical of the, lots 1 through 17. So it should be a familiar lot shape and house footprint. We are right at that, 39% coverage. And with the garage pushed all the way toward the back, what I think has become the preferred footprint both for you guys and for our sales market, as it turns out.
Well, good.
And architecturally, we have a Italian 8, kind of asymmetrical, two-story facade. All brick on the front mass, cast stone hoods on the arched windows and on the square top windows, and bracket detailing under the cornice. We do have, because of, maybe you can flip back up to the site plan there, Amanda. I'm not sure this would concern you guys one way or the other, but the one that shows the lot. Oh, there you go. Just because of the shape, you can see the front corner of this lot, and it's also right on the cul-de-sac. So it's a little bit of strange setup in terms of the lot shape. So this house flipped opposite the rest along the street. So we have driveways that are paired up with each other, and we'll just have some landscaping appropriately there to sort of screen some of the windows from one another, but it allows us to better access the garage from the street that way. I'd have a heck of a time trying to pull out of that garage with the snake configuration of a driveway going the other direction.
Good.
I guess, yeah, I can just open it up to you guys' comments, unless Victoria have anything to add there?
Yep, just this lot is a little different where the garage and then the chimneys are on opposite sides from pretty much every other Splendor Ridge house we've seen so far. Staff has a couple of questions about the fenestration pattern on the right elevation, kind of in that siding portion. Where the double windows are, they're not really lined up. They're kind of offset. So if maybe one window could be removed to center that up, but it could be part of the program of the actual interior.
Yeah, this has been the little area of that elevation.
Yeah.
That, you know, every other house has been kind of had that similar configuration on that side. And we've kind of fought with that a few different ways, and the latest iteration has us at least lining up the headers of the transom window. We're looking at the middle of the length of that elevation. You see the transoms on the top of those windows to get their headers aligned with these sort of squarish windows that are flanking the fireplace inside. It sort of helps at least balance everything out a little bit so that we didn't have so many different things going on in that back half. So as much as I've looked at doing that different ways, it's hard for me to promise I could figure out yet a newer way to try it again that might turn this out any better.
You're talking about the vertical alignment?
Well, I think maybe that was what Victoria was asking about. Is there a way for us to get those vertically aligned?
So in the one upstairs a bedroom? You would make them off-center in the bedroom?
Yeah, it would be. Well, you know what? I'm a big fat liar. I can just move that back in that bedroom.
There you go,
No
move the
problem.
top ones.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, I see what she's saying. I can't get on.
Thank you
Good
for
job,
noticing
Tyler.
that.
So Chad, what you're saying is on that second story where the double windows are, that you'd move them to the right?
I can move them
and
back
center
so,
them?
so that they're vertically aligned with the ones below them.
Okay.
I think we've had some before where that bedroom wasn't exactly in that spot, so I apologize for not noticing that.
It doesn't bother me that much that they don't align specifically where they're located, but you don't have a lot of reveal from the brick to the siding, so it makes it a little more exposed in this particular case. If that was a 2-foot reveal where you turn the corner from the brick, then they'd be hidden, and I probably wouldn't have as big a concern.
Yeah.
But if you can align them, that makes it easy.
I think in this case it has turned out to be much easier than others, so that's good.
Anybody else?
Chad, is there a break in the facade depth between the brick and the siding? Like any sort of
Not-
relief other than just the material itself?
Just the material change, there's about 3 inches worth of depth there. Structurally, there's no change in the wall.
Commissioners, in the past, you've asked for that. I don't know if this facade will actually be visible from anywhere in the historic district, but the other side will be visible to the neighbor.
My
So-
my recollection is the only time that has wound up being a requirement is when we were abutting the
Up and
historic
down.
property.
Yeah. Any comments on that?
Well, I think it would enhance the house, even if it were 6 inches.
I'm just afraid I don't have it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if
They're talking on this long.
it looks a little more authentic to me if you're not seeing the end grain of the brick and at least a brick is turned. which is another like 4 inches.
Oh,
But
yeah.
you get what I mean? The brick would actually
Yeah,
have a whole
that's-
brick that
yeah.
turns into the house. You know, it's getting, it might seem a little nitpicky, but it can make a big difference. And I don't know if that whole great room, breakfast, kitchen wall can move in those, you're talking about 3 more inches, and then you fur out the kitchen wall to flush it all out, and you might be able to give up, I don't know if you can give up 3 inches. It's tough.
It may not happen at a clean spot.
It would
Yeah,
add,
it would, well, that's what we did on 17, which is where I think last talked about this, was exactly as Tyler said, just furred out the kitchen wall.
right,
And, you know, we just lost 3 inches in the great room, breakfast room.
that
and
would
kitchen.
matter, I think.
I will,
It's not super visible.
I think this
but-
is, I mean, I'm just gonna give you my opinion. I think I think that's nitpicky, but.
Yeah.
Chad, on your left elevation,
Mhm.
is that like a storage bump out that I'm seeing?
Probably seeing the walk-in closet.
A walk-in closet, so it's got a little roof on it?
Yeah.
So then you do have that separation there on that side of the house?
That's right.
And then you walk, I guess, into a stoop into the little addition?
On the first floor, yes.
So from a design guideline standpoint, this form is, the architecture is typical, but the form is not typical unless there is some kind of roof break or facade break that separates those two materials. So I would really strongly encourage at least a couple of inches to break that off. I know that sounds like a lot, but it is to meet the intent of the guideline.
Can we go back to the other elevation? So what helps
Which
me?
one?
The one we're
right
talking
side?
about. Yeah. So what helps me is that there is a roof break there. And there is a difference in the roof overhangs. There's a 2-foot overhang on the front part of the house and a 1-foot overhang on the rear part of the house. So the cornice, or the gutter, I guess, does make a return.
It's much more forward.
A foot, yeah.
Yeah, it makes a 1-foot return at the cornice, or not at the cornice, but at the gutter, at the fascia in the gutter. And this does occur at a roof break as well. And it wouldn't be nitpicky, I would, in my opinion, were we not also doing all those things.
It just looks like a really long run. What about, are we less nitpicky if we ask on the breakfast room that it come in some or go out, or, I mean, there's just a really long, flat wall.
Well, I guess I can go back to it.
And I see where Ms. Pierce is coming from, because I think what we want to see is the effect of change over time. And that's, you would have a break in the wall if you
Somewhere.
in other words.
On A1, I mean, if there's an easier place, I would prefer what Tyler said, but
Well, I'll see what I can come up with.
And the other question I had, is that chimney taller than most, or do I just think
No,
it?
it's the same.
Same,
Well,
okay.
let me see. I mean, maybe we have a higher roof pitch.
The porch fireplace?
Mhm,
Yeah.
it just looks really tall.
I understand, he's
I
he's
think-
got to meet code, and that
Gotta
has to
meet
be.
You know,
code.
if you
Right.
want a hip roof back there, I could lower that fire, that chimney could be a little shorter if I hip the roof that's the second story nearby.
We already have some hips. I mean, the main mass is hipped, right?
Yeah.
I don't
there's
have a problem with that, but
The roof that you have, but I think a hipping it would be perfectly fine too, and more of the Italianate roof form.
yeah, that chimney's very impressive.
You got anything, Susan?
Yeah.
Brian?
Chimneys are elegant. And tall chimneys are elegant. They look elegant.
It might help if if I'm not, I mean, I think it's pretty easy to lower it.
If it hips, I think you
Yeah,
can
if
get
we
down
hit.
a couple feet.
Okay, Mary, you got anything else?
That was it.
Kathy? Okay, done.
Okay, and
Wrap it
just,
up.
you know, Victoria, do you want to note the lot coverage?
Yes, staff will not be able to support this when it comes to historic
The lot
zoning
coverage.
because of the overage of the
39.
lot coverage.
39, yeah.
Okay, fine.
Next,
Okay, so that was. as I said-
203,
As I said, that lot 2 was the last of the
small lot.
long, narrow lots.
Yeah.
So lot 18, and I, as I tend to do, sent some additional rendering images to staff today. Good, I'm glad you got, so I'll bring you those as well.
Straightness.
This is an effort,
That's a lot.
That's a lot. I guess. I get it, but.
I do.
Thank you.
Something would help.
He'll try something.
So just before, as Chad Yancey's out and before he presents, I'll just, as he said, this is on the opposite side of the street from what we have been looking at. You can see from this context rendering, this is the river side, and this is backing up, the side that backs up to Harpeth Meadows subdivision. So there's 2 lots there. These lots are the 2 that at the very, very beginning of the discussion, we had talked about, you know, having some sort of transition in scale and height as we approach the Harpeth Meadows subdivision, which is predominantly a 1-story scale. So everyone understand which lot we're talking about? Okay.
It looks like, are there 3 lots there? Or
There's 2 buildable and 1 open space.
one
lot.
open space, got
Yes,
it.
ma'am.
yeah, so thankfully, excuse me, now we're afforded some space to sort of move around with the footprint and are able to build a house of sufficient square footage for what will be, well, for the cost. And not have to be, you know, fully 2 stories high. So I think everything kind of worked in conjunction here for us to be able to have a 1.5 story kind of elevation. So I was happy to finally get to do something in the Craftsman flavor.
Nice.
But we'll look at the site plan real quick. It's addressing the cul-de-sac. Pretty tight in the backyard, but I'm making my peace with that. And a garage that's side-loaded. It's all right. I'm probably not even looking at you. Lot's pretty flat, so I don't anticipate, in fact, it falls a little bit towards the rear, so I anticipate not having very many steps in the front, which also helps with me. Wanted to pull it as far forward as I can. So we have what is a kind of medium-pitched roof, but about as high as you would go on a Craftsman-style house, I think. Predominant forward gable over the front door, wide double-hung windows and gangs, large overhang on the roof, bracketed. And tried to break down the massing in a way that keeps it from looking too huge. Nice big porch. I've been missing my porches too. Yeah, and all of this with a mere 30% lot coverage.
Say that again?
All of this with a mere 30% lot coverage.
You get the prize. He gets the prize.
What's your ceiling heights on that first floor?
11 feet.
So if I may, I'd love to make some comments. So I'm excited to review something that's a little different than the norm too. So this is very exciting for us. When Chad brought this in, I was really excited to see, a craftsman for him. As excited as I am sure that he is to bring it forward. Generally speaking, craftsman would be totally appropriate in this area, and we're excited to see it. Architecture, I have no comments. I do have some comments on the height of the roof and the garage. So in looking at this is a 1.5 story that's about 36 feet tall. And I'm sorry?
Ouch. I didn't realize it was that tall.
I do worry that, although most of the houses across the street are getting closer to that 37, 38 foot tall height, that this is nearly as tall as the ones across the street when we are seeking to transition the scale and height from the more concentrated side of the street to the lesser scale neighborhood behind it. The way that the guidelines read is a little more complicated on a cul-de-sac. This does not have anything else on its block face. But if we were to look at averages based on the way the design guidelines read, you would average the block face, or you would look to the nearest historic district street. Nearest historic district street is it's not an established street, it's a new build street across the street. If you looked at Franklin Road, you're going to see a lot of different heights and styles. And so coming up with the right height might not be something where the guidelines give a lot of clear direction from a mathematical standpoint, but I do feel that if we could work to try to lessen the height of this roof perhaps, and so that we do feel a little bit more transition, not just in scale, but also in height. Now, moving on to the garage, the way the design guidelines read is that garages should be detached in districts where they are historically detached. But if they are attached, they should be done so in a way that they feel detached from the street view, which is exactly what Mr. Gore has done in such a great job across the street here. This is a situation, and I'll just pull up the 3Ds because I think they read a little easier for you, where it is an attached garage on the left side. Now it's fenestrated so that it feels like part of the house, but as you approach on the street, you're going to see the garage doors. And so I would suggest, in keeping with the intent of the guidelines, I'm going to go back to the site plan, that perhaps since there is a little bit of forgiveness for lot coverage on this property, that perhaps the garage or some portion of the garage is detached and aligned to the property line here. So that's more of a historically typical appearance, and that might allow for some space above that will also help massing transition toward the lower scale neighborhood, is you have a piece that's smaller that's broken away from the main house, and it helps you transition further. That is really the only comments that staff has at this time, but we really are excited to see this. I just think that we need to rethink the form, specifically as far as the scale of the roof, and then maybe that can be addressed by detaching the garage or some portion of the garage, which I think is a 3-bay. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So what roof height are you suggesting?
So this is 36. I envisioned, and this is based on only my subjective opinion, that as we transition from what's predominantly, 37, 38, 39 foot tall buildings, that we would transition to a 1.5 story that's closer to a 30. And then most of the buildings behind, if I recall correctly, are single story, minimal traditional and ranch style homes, which have a height of maybe 18 to 20 feet at a generous height. So just trying to help transition. I think detaching the garage would really help the transition even further, because it just gives you something a little shorter as you go from the main house to the garage and then down to the neighborhood behind. The guidelines do encourage that, we respectful of heights, there is no way to mathematically come up with an average that meets the intent of our guidelines, because this is a new situation that doesn't really have a block face or any other buildings on said block face. But I do think that it's clear to see that it's not an average between the two. And we wouldn't necessarily expect it to be, but maybe closer to that middle.
But you're basing that on what Lancaster Drive is,
Yes, sir.
which is changing.
It could change, but there are transitional features that will limit that to predominantly a 1.5 story.
Okay.
Because of the 10 per.
Yeah, I know, I understand. All right, comments? Kathy?
I have something. So, in talking about the detached garage, when I look at this page, I think that would really help the massing of the Craftsman. And I like that, to kind of demassify it, so to speak. And furthermore, if we're trying maybe to reduce the height so that it does diminish the roof, I think that detaching the garage would definitely give the massing of the body of the house an appropriate scale if we were to lower the roof. So it's kind of, you get 2 for 1 out of that.
Can I make a counterpoint to that?
Sure.
I would worry, I mean, this is a little bit, I'm just thinking through, I think it's important to think about the ultimate height, but probably not as important as thinking about the wall height, the vertical height as presented to the street. And most of those across the street, not most of them, well, maybe most of them, a lot of the ones across the street, we're talking about a full 2-story facade, you know, square fully 2-story massing, and then a really low-pitched roof that ultimately gets up to 39 feet or something like that. But in this case, the 36 feet is really just at the penultimate point of the roof, while most of the horizontal, soffit is more like, what, I think 14? I'm kind of guessing, but somewhere around 14 feet, excuse me. Yeah, there's some gables that sort of creep up into that, but I don't know. I guess I'm encouraging you to think about the height, not just as a number. And all these across the street are 39 feet, and this one's 36. It should be shorter than that, but I think it's important to think of it, well, what achieves that 36 feet, right?
And I think to Mr. Gore's point, I mean, a Craftsman's more low slung. I mean, just looking at it, even if it's, in that height range, it's going to be perceived as lower. And I think your point's well taken.
And so the detached garage thing, and I just thought of this while you were talking about the detached garage. If you pull that garage away from what is the larger mass, I'm afraid that larger mass is then going to be more apparent. Its largeness is going to be more apparent when there's not a smaller piece in front of it. But
Maybe not. I think it might be worth investigating.
Yeah.
And then, the 36 feet on this elevation is plus the foundation too, so.
Right. Yeah.
It could be 36 plus.
Yeah.
But, and I'm not, we're just kind of talking vaguely now. But when I do look at some of the elevations, as far as, and then when you show us, the combination of the elevations and then all the other wonderful streetscapes and the 3Ds that you give us too, help give a feel for how the remainder of this property will fill in. I think it just needs to have a little bit more of another look at the overall massing and how it fits in the neighborhood. May not be much.
Okay.
I might change my mind. I don't know. Yeah. What's all this stuff back here too? I mean, is that like other buildings?
Oh, no,
Skyline?
there's a tree line there.
Oh, trees,
Yeah,
thank
yeah, I
you.
mean, generically.
So Not Rocky sky.
Mountains.
Yeah, I guess there's probably not trees in exactly that spot, but there's trees
That's
along
okay.
that line.
It's not buildings.
Right.
What is that grade drop from the smaller, narrow lots down here?
Along the street, not much.
Okay, so it doesn't drop much.
No, but the back of the lot is, I don't know exactly. The
That's
back
all right.
of this
No,
lot's a
I
little
was
lower than the
trying
front of the lot.
to, in relation to the other houses that have been built, is what I was trying to.
To your point, maybe those houses across the street from this are farther above the curb than this one's going to be. Because the grade in the rear of the narrow lots is higher.
Right.
And so the ultimate
Right.
finished floor elevation is higher relative to the street than this one will be, so.
And this is designed with no railing, so it's intended to be less than 30 inches?
Yeah, well, I hope so. I haven't really studied the grading enough to know that for sure, but
Okay.
I'm pretty confident it's gonna be it might even be lower than I'm showing it here.
So on the other houses, they changed because the street, as it goes away from Franklin Road, it drops a little bit too. But on average, I'd say that the FFE to the sidewalk is about 4 foot difference, and you're not going to see that here.
Well, I think and in fact, it's more than that. Because you remember, it's been 5 and 6 feet on a lot of them. In fact, we talked about having the low
Step
retaining
up.
wall
Yeah.
for a little while.
Yeah,
We had-
yeah,
But that
yeah.
had to go away.
Yeah, I guess I'm
Right in
thinking
the
of the
middle.
one we just did, which is at the most
Far end.
even we've
Right,
had. Yeah.
right. I think the worst ones, if you want to think of it that way, were probably close to 6 feet, but then maybe it got down to 4.5 feet.
Chad, what is your first and second floor ceiling heights?
11 feet on the first floor and probably 10 feet on the second.
So I was, the big thing for me that is peculiar on these plans to me is the idea that we've got, the first floor is delineated by, is it siding? Brick veneer.
Yeah.
Brick veneer here, and then we reach this kind of horizontal line, which in my mind, and I mean, historically speaking, that would be where your roof bearing begins. Instead, we've got, like, I think you said that the eaves are 14. What are your bearing heights? 4-foot knee walls at the top, upstairs?
Yeah, right in the main mast, probably about that.
Yeah, and so it seems it's exacerbating the idea that this scale thing, because the bearing's abnormal, and we get these pieces of board and batten wall above the brick wall before you hit the roof eave, and that's not a detail we see in historic buildings often. I've seen it, but not very often, and certainly not on what we consider low-slung craftsman-style homes. Usually, your rafter bearing is on not the floor even, it's on the double top plate of the wall below. So, you know, and oftentimes people will cheat that up and set it on the floor above, which gets you an extra foot. But to have 3 and 4 foot knee walls on the second floor before we even start the roof seems like it's creating extra mass, which I understand the market's demanding bigger,
Space,
better.
yeah.
That's my concern about detaching the garage. It's like, well, somebody that's going to spend this money, and we don't deal in money, but somebody that is going to pay for this is going to want it attached.
Absolutely.
Yes, and to that point, Tyler, we don't recommend it. So it's, it's just not something that we've approved unless it's in the way that you see across the street.
Back.
Yeah, and then, if we were to approve it here, then others ask for it in other situations as well. Not
Yes.
to interject, but.
No, that's in I would prefer it detached, but I understand the
Yeah.
resistance to do such. I'm wondering if it needs to be rethought of, and the roof needs to come down, the garage needs to go back, and maybe there needs to be, to make up for that space that gets lost, maybe there needs to be another one of these gables that faces the front, facing the back to create. But I know you have some vaulted ceiling, so it's like, what's going to give? But as it sits now, I would have a hard time approving something that has this wall buildup that it has now, because it just seems overwhelming for a story and a half, even just by itself, not even comparing it to what's around. That's my
And that's not, and that your comment is not just about the material change, it's about the ultimate height.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely. And there's ways to cheat that a little bit. with those material lines, and if you can cheat it in a way that we don't find it, that's great, but right now, it's super obvious. And I encourage people to use those architectural
Techniques,
tools we
yeah.
have to hide things that aren't ideal, but right now, it's obvious that there's a lot of wall.
Well, the
before
first
the
thing I
eaves.
thought when I saw this is that, it would require changing the plan, and I wasn't going to suggest at that point, but, using a hipped roof might be more in his favor.
Well, it's hard with the hip roof, though, because you end up with not a lot of volume. You just end up with dormers everywhere, and
And we're gonna end up
that,
with a
that may be
two-story
something you
house.
need to do, I don't know. I just feel like, right now, the roof bearing overall, if you just took that roof and set it down on the walls below, it would instantly feel very different. And the porch doesn't need an 11-foot ceiling, even though the inside does. I can't tell you how many 1930s bungalows I've been in where they have 10-foot ceilings and the porch has a 9-foot ceiling and the rack's at 8. It's a stepping up that is very typical. And right now, it seems like you jumped up, stayed up, and we're just kind of hovering up here in the
You went
clouds.
up.
And it's
Yeah.
it's a lot for me to. I love the features of it. I think it can be really beautiful. I just think it's a little husky now.
I would just say everything Tyler said, and I think at best, the way we calculate the block faces, and I would change it if I got to, but I think yes, those houses are being torn down and rebuilt, but there's still some of them going to be shorter, and I would just something about this looks like to me it just kind of went, up and out. So that would be my comment.
Anybody else?
I would concur with Tyler and Mary as well.
I have a question about this garage. It might be something that Amanda can answer based on what the guidelines say, but as far as detached versus the perception of being attached, I might could survive a detached garage that was attached on the first floor. So that we're not asking the homeowner to walk outside to go to the garage. Is there versions of that on this lot that could be supported by the guidelines, or is that something I just will need to ask for an exception for?
So let me make sure I understand your question. I'm going to go back to, I'm going between both sets because the site plan's not in both
Well-
sets. So are you suggesting that the garage be attached here, but remove the upper floor?
I'm
Just
maybe
kinda
speaking
thinking.
hypothetically.
Okay.
The way that if it's set back to the rear of the lot,
So there's a couple different options. I know that I'm going to go back to site plan again, just so the commission can see. I know that you have a unique lot shape because of the cul-de-sac. The guidelines do recommend detached garages, so that is going to be staff's recommendation. But I do think in circumstances like this, a lot of it has to do with, the perception of it being a garage. Like Kathy noted, on this configuration, you approach and you know it's a garage. If this were on the other side, it would be facing the historic resource, and that probably wouldn't be a good idea
well, let me make you
either.
feel a little bit better about that. There's gonna be a house in the way in this view.
Yes.
And the two garages will face each other. So neither garage, if it were side load just like this, and I know that's not what we're saying, but just to take that out of the equation, the two garages will face one another, not any view from outside those lots.
So in situations similar, like Harlansdale Manor, there have been some approvals where there is a single bay garage attached to the house. It's more integrated into the form, so it doesn't feel like a garage so much. It's fenestrated kind of like this, where it feels like part of the house. And then there's a detached component behind that has, one or two bays. It's to avoid having 3 bays on a single accessory structure, which can be very large and undeniably difficult to work through the design guidelines. So in this case, perhaps, and staff will have to recommend denial for attached garages, but it may be that, if this were done in a way where it helps, address some of the comments that the commission's made about the form, and you do a smaller garage attached here with a detached component, that might be similar to other circumstances that the commission's approved for infill residential neighborhoods. I do think you have it fenestrated well. I mean, it feels like from the front, it looks like part of the house. It doesn't look like a garage. So I definitely, take that point.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't even, it just went right over my head about trying to make it a detached garage, so it wasn't even wasn't even on my radar.
Yeah, perhaps you can get more square footage even. That's
Well,
what I was
I
saying
mean-
in my comment. You're only at 30%, so you could do something detached and have, maybe a bay hidden back here and this in the front be more living space to help offset your roof coming down a little bit.
Yeah.
There's options.
I think it's gonna be a little challenging, even if I put a two-bay front garage on the, right at the rear setback, kind of tucked into that corner. There has to be a certain amount of driveway in front of that. I hope we could, it's gonna push a lot of the house forward to get out of the way of maneuvering in and out of that garage, I'm afraid. But I don't, like I said, I haven't really studied that, so that we can figure something out.
And one thing, when you provided this aerial view, and it does show, to my point, that some of these houses are going to stay low houses. Someone's made an investment.
Like the one with the swimming pool.
Yes, has made an investment, and that's probably not going anywhere. And I would, if I calculated brick face or block face, that would be in my world, because that's what it's going up against.
That one and the house next to it.
And the house next to it looks like it's had.
No, I meant the new one coming next to it.
Yeah, and the one next to it too, yeah. Oh, yes, I think I've said that to
Oh,
Chad
yeah.
before, those two lots.
Every time we meet each other in
Every
passing.
time yes, as I walk out of the room. Yes.
Okay, anything else?
So I think that, just to help Mr. Gore, if you guys could give a sense of whether or not you would support an attached garage potentially, then that can give him something to keep in mind while he's working toward a revision. That would
What
be
I heard
helpful.
was if you knocked off the second story, there was some support for that.
I did
Of
not-
the garage.
I didn't hear that, but I might
Well,
have misunderstood.
I thought I heard somebody say
Well,
that.
we've supported them across the street. It depends on how it's done.
Yeah.
Yes, that they appears detached from the street.
Yeah.
I
Yes.
thought I was hearing maybe detached but a connector
Yeah.
to the first story. Isn't that
Yeah.
what you were saying?
Well, I would submit that, just like Tyler, it's an impossibility for me to have a completely detached garage from the house, and I shouldn't make it that drastic, but I need to avoid that at all costs, so I gotta figure out some version
Well,
of a almost detached garage.
I think that's what we've done in a lot of places, and across the street, is they're just pushed back.
Yeah, and I think what would help me when you come with a formal application is if you could diagram out even what that detached garage might look like next to that house, because I think what we're going to figure out is, like you said, you can't get in and out of it.
Semi-detached.
And so if you just
Semi-detached.
show us and go, this is not physically possible, and then you're showing,
We looked.
then you're showing some version of a hardship. Now, it's really hard to prove any type of hardship when you're starting from scratch. It's like,
Well, I mean,
Design something else.
The house
And
could
it's a
be
big
smaller
lot.
and accommodate
That's
a
right.
detached garage. There's,
Yeah.
There's
be
also
clear.
a chance, given that the formal submittal is due on Friday, there's a chance that I might be coming to the next design review anyway, before there's a formal submittal. Now, I may have a light bulb moment in the next couple of days and just figure it all out.
Yeah.
Either way.
Now, I know you may have a moment of creativity for that, but I do have to say that the Craftsman style that you designed is very good. It looks great. maybe taking some of their comments on the height. And I don't really have as much of a problem, probably, the way you've done that garage from the front, you can't really tell it's a garage. And it doesn't really face so much directly with the street, it angles back toward the backyard, and if the other did the same.
You
so,
won't
know,
see it.
You
Yeah.
won't see it.
I don't have a problem with the attached.
And I'm about the height.
Tyler, what did you say? You don't have a problem with what?
I don't have a problem with the attached garage in its specific location and the way the lot is shaped. They're challenging.
It is challenging, really hard to get in and out of it.
This one's probably pre-sold, right, Chad?
I wish. Well, do I wish? No, I don't think we'll have any trouble, I'll say
No,
that.
you are.
No.
Okay, we're done?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I move to
I think we're
adjourn.
adjourned. We're adjourned. I don't even want a second.
Do you want these back?
No, I mean, I
Do you
don't
not-
mind taking them off your hands.
You want them? You might as well.
You want them?
I keep mine.
You want these?
Yeah, because it's all good for you. It's teaching.
Hey, everyone, can we get your attention a second? We have a question for you guys. Kelly, do you want to? Or?